Welcome to 11th Danube Academies Conference. I give the floor to welcome address to Professor Revalski. Please, Professor Revalski.
Thank you, Professor Ivanov. Dear participants in this 11th issue of the Danube Academies Conference, dear colleagues, dear guests, it is my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences and on behalf of our scientific community. And it is a great honor for us to host this conference, although we thought to do it in presence a couple of years ago, but the circumstances forced us to do it via Zoom, because the issues that we have to discuss are really very important. This initiative, which was born 11 years ago, related to the strategy for the Danube region, European strategy, and organized by the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, is really something which is important for our countries, because it reflects the importance that the Danube River has on our lives, both from the point of view of the benefits, but also from the point of view of the problems that we are facing together. The Danube Academies, of course, possess remarkable scientific potential, putting together the knowledge and the efforts of the scientists from these countries would result to great achievements, which could be important both from scientific viewpoint and could bring scientific benefits to the society. The conference is being organized already, as I mentioned, more than 10 years. And you could state certainly that it gained a respectable place in the list of academy events in this region of the Danube countries. These conferences offer an excellent opportunity for the scientists from different countries to share their views and concepts and to discuss important contemporary issues encompassing a broad range of problems related to not only to natural, but also to social sciences. This year edition of the conference invited leading and renowned scientists who give particular attention to climate change and climate control, one of the most important challenges we face today, including, of course, the countries along the Danube River. Bulgarian Academy of Sciences has always supported and developed investigations related to climate change and its effect on the environment and human life in general, including industry and society. These issues are among the priority topics of the research institutes of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. And of course, we will continue to support and develop the research in these particularly important domains. The cooperation among our institutes offers new prospects for interdisciplinary studies and could result in new important achievements. The cooperation among our academies could be even more important and productive, and we are open to strengthening and developing our collaboration and joint initiatives. And I strongly believe that this will be the mutual benefit to all participating institutions. In conclusion, once again, I express my happiness to be able to welcome you to this conference, and I wish you very, very successful and fruitful conference today. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Revalski. I have the pleasure to give the floor now to Professor Konstantin Hadji-Ivanov, Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Bulgaria. Please, Professor Hadji-Ivanov.
Thank you. Dear Professor Revalski, distinguished guests, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, allow me on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Science and on my own behalf to welcome you to the 11th Danube Academies Conference dedicated to climate change and climate control. Climate change and environmental pollution are significant threats not only to one country, but to the whole world. Unfortunately, there are still people, including responsible politicians, who neglect these changes. Our common task, the task of the scientists, is for the sake of the future of our children to convince the whole society of the need of urgent measures, as well as to help developing these measures. In this view, it is commendable that one okay, so I can go on. In this view, it is commendable that one of the main policies set by the European Commission is focused on the environment and climate. The European Green Deal aims to reduce the impact of climate change and ensure zero emission of carbon dioxide by 2050. Bulgaria is actively participating in the implementation of this initiative. The European Union strategy for the Danube region and the revised action plan 2020 also provide valuable assistance in this regard. Today's conference is a great opportunity to share information on regional initiatives, research results, and innovative solutions related to climate change and adaptation activities. Finally, I would like to thank the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences for hosting the conference and the organizing committee and the chair for the efforts and dedicated work. I wish all participants successful work and constructive and inspired discussion during the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Haji Ivanov. Now I give the floor to Professor Klaus Mainzer, President of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts. Please, Professor Mainzer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, President Revalski, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and my pleasure to bring the greetings of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts to the 11th Danube Academies Conference. And as you all know, and we heard it again this morning, the idea of the Danube Conference goes back to 2010 and was initiated by the European Strategy for the Danube region. In the last years, under the dramatic impressions of the global climate crisis, the ecology and hydrology of the Danube region itself has become the dominant issue. Therefore, in this conference, we will speak about Green Deal and biodiversity, extreme weather events and hydrological cycles, global climate change and water management throughout the Danube River Basin. But all that is not only necessary to protect the environment as a high value of nature, la pour la. In the meantime, we know that our existence and the future of mankind is closely connected with these fundamental challenges of human civilization. But all these complex problems cannot be solved without modern digital technology and innovation. Early warning systems to prevent extreme risks and crises need, for example, global digital monitoring systems, management of complex environmental data with feedback of economic and health data of human society. Therefore, in our European Academy of Sciences and Arts, we introduced a topic network with expert groups on central topics such as environment and energy, digitalization, health systems, and others. All these topics water management, agriculture, health system, climate system, and human economies are highly non-linearly, that means with complex feedback loops connected in a complex dynamical system, such as a global organism. As a mathematician, I have studied the non-linear dynamics of complex dynamical systems and know their high dependencies on critical values of control parameters, leading to extreme risks, collapse, and chaos. In complex nonlinear systems, local disturbance can lead to global destabilization of the whole system. That is the idea of the famous butterfly effect. And therefore, what we need with respect to the countries of the Danube region is a complete reconstruction of their economies to become completely climate neutral in a very short period of time. Instead of traditional linear economies with waste and without recycling, in circular non-linear economy, the production and supply chains must be closed to conserve environmental resources and to protect the climate. Otherwise, disregarding the critical values, it will be too late, and because of the non-linear effects, there will be no way back. In the EU, UN, and other world organizations already demanded these urgent requests, supported by science. But we all know how difficult the political and economic realization of climate neutrality is. My country, Germany, where the Danube rises, is just starting with a new government to reconstruct industry and economy as climate neutral civil society, the biggest economic project in Germany's history since the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century. But sustainable goals such as climate neutrality need decades and cannot be realized in the period of one government only. And therefore, it also needs the support of well-educated people, of an engaged civil society. Therefore, education comes in as an urgent demand in order to get support, the motivation, and the skills of well-educated people to realize a sustainable future. The Danube conferences are essential steps in this direction. I thank the coordinator, the scientific secretary, and my colleagues in the organizing committee for realizing this exciting conference. I wish you innovative lectures and discussions and look forward to future cooperation of the European Academy with the Danube Academies. All the best, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Mainzer, for these good words for this welcome address. I have the pleasure now to invite Professor Felix Unger, the Honorary President of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, to give a welcome address. Professor Unger. Regretfully,
I'm now in Munich. I do not know where he is.
Yes, I also don't see him. Well,
okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Academy of Sofia, and especially to Professor Revalski, and he and his team organized the 11th Danube Academies Conference. And I know personally it takes a lot of endeavors and energy to get those things running, especially in the Corona time, where we have so many hurdles to overcome. And indeed, it would be much nicer if we would sit in Sofia and can continue our talks. One word to the history of the Danube Academies conferences. The European Academies Conferences have been born out to the experience of the European Academy due to the peace talks of the academies on the Balkans. We have been asked by the Minister for Foreign Affairs from Austria and Germany to bring together all academies who are on the Balkans. And at the beginning, believe me, it was not such easy as we thought. But anyway, we proceeded very well. And we have published some results. And the ministers have been very pleased that we had found a result on this. For this experience, we had the idea to foster the whole staying together with an Danube Academies Conference. The main aim has been, or the main trigger, has been the European Rectors Conference. Have been, or since years, is running the European Rectors Conference, and I thought this would be a good idea when we extend it as a counterpart with academies. And we had the support of Mr. Hahn, who is a commissioner, and he welcomes this initiative very much. Since this time, I said we have now the 11th Danube Academies Conference, and we started in Vienna at the beginning. Then the conference went to Smolenice or Bratislava. The Slovakian Academy organized it in Budapest, in Bucharest, Chisinau, Stuttgart, Belgrade, Prague, and it was always quite interesting to see the different facets of the topics. And it shifted all a little bit now to the problems on the water. And especially the Danube has a lot of problems to keep up with this topic. Especially, it's starting with ships, with all the travelings and with the impacts of the traffic on the Danube, which is very severe. And also said the Danube is always quite spoiled. It's not, the Danube is not such blue as we know it from the song Danube, so blue and blue, but it's a lot to do that we get back the Danube in some sort of a drink water quality. My dear ladies and gentlemen, when I was going through the program, and I have to express my gratitude to you, Professor Revalski, and your organizing team. There are many interesting topics raised, and this gives nucleus again for new meetings. And I hope that we are not meeting us anymore via Zoom, that we are going to meet us really personally on a new location. This brings me to my call to you, that you think over where the 12th Danube Academy should take place. it's always in this format that an academy is the key organizer, and then from this it's going to be evolved. Please think over and make some proposal. We had already some interesting proposal. One was from Venice. The Venetian Academy was terribly excited about the Danube Academies Conferences, and the president of the Academy in Venice said immediately, there is a great necessity to bridge the region of Venice to the Danube. You see, by time many different ideas are coming, and we need your input. Without your input, it's not working. And also, I know that such meetings have some hurdles, have some. It's not so easy to organize it, and therefore I know what the result or what the endeavors have been from the Academy of Bulgaria. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you that you are participating via Zoom, and I hope that we get such good proposals that we continue with the 12th Academies Conferences. And please keep in mind that the Danube Academies Conferences have been organized and due to the necessity having a counterpart and a counterweight to the Academies Conference in this area. Thank you for your participation, and I give back to Professor Ivanov.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Unger. Yes, I also hope that the next conference will be held not by Zoom, but personally. But let's see what will be the, the situation with this virus. So let's continue now with the address from Mr. Florian Balnos, Coordinator Priority Area 6 and European EU Strategy for the Danube region. Please, Mr. Balnos.
Thank you. Dear Professor Revalski, dear Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's really a pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to present a little bit the Danube strategy and specifically the priority area 6. My name is Florian Balnus. I work for the Bavarian State Ministry for Environment and Consumer Protection in Munich, in Bavaria, in Germany. And yeah, I'm a so-called priority area coordinator specifically for this priority area 6, which deals on biodiversity. And I will give you a very short presentation to present you a little bit the background of the Danube strategy. I heard well that you are already have these links to the strategy, which is excellent, of course. But to give you an update, actually what we are doing, and to also provide a little of the ground for the lectures to come. Again, thank you very much for the invitation, and so we can dive into this very first presentation of today's conference. Thank you. As you most probably know, the Danube strategy is not the only so-called macro-regional strategy in the European Union. There are currently 4. The others are the Baltic Sea strategy, the Adriatic Ionian region, and the Alpine region. The Alpine strategy was the last one to be established, and it's always the system that the European Commission and the Council adopts these strategies, but it's really region-based. And the idea is, as you know, to work in these macro regions to create synergies and coordination between activities taking place on the ground, and to connect them also with the policy level, to bring Europe more closer to citizens. This is also one idea behind. And very important, the strategy is not about funding, it's about closer cooperation. This is the thematic structure of the Danube strategy. We have 4 so-called pillars, which are connecting the region, protecting the environment, building prosperity, and strengthening the region. So you see, it's also, but not only on environmental issues. Climate change actually is not a specific topic, because it's a well-known fact that climate change is a cross-cutting issue, and that this affects all of the described pillars, and also priority areas, which are the smaller pillows underneath the 4 pillars. It's a little bit hard to read, but yeah, we have also here a variety of together 11 priority areas, and within the pillar protecting the environment, we have priority area 4, that's water quality, 5 environmental risk, and PA6, priority area 6, it's biodiversity, landscapes, air and soil quality. And each of these priority areas are coordinated by at least 2 priority area coordinators. Thank you. Very briefly, the priority area 6. So it is coordinated by Germany, or Bavaria, the land Bavaria, and Croatia. We are both acting as priority area coordinator, and I have the honor to be one of these PACs, we call them, priority area coordinator, from the beginning on. So we are celebrating this year the 10th year of the Danube strategy, and it was a quite long way, and there's still many things to do. Our focus is, of course, biodiversity, landscapes, and the quality of air and soils. And also important to know, because it's sometimes a little bit misleading to speak about the Danube strategy. It's a region, Danube region strategy. So it's not only about the river and its tributaries, but it's about the region, which comprises 14 countries actually. So it's a quite large area with many different spots and subregions. Our approach in priority area 6 is highly stakeholder driven. You know, our task as a priority area coordinator is, yeah, what the name says, it's to coordinate activities on the ground, but to link them also with a policy level. And this we are doing mainly by task forces, or you can say working groups, subgroups, because our topics are quite large, which will be seen on the next slide. Yes, also here, I apologize for the very small letters, but I will also not read it because it would take too long. But it's an overview on the targets based on the revised action plan of the Danube strategy. We have 6 targets, which you can see on the left column. I also made a reference to the related key topic, the focus and the associated task force. The structure is that the targets are divided in different activities and actions. I would not read them all, but maybe pick 2 of them out of this. Target 2 reads to strengthen the efforts to halt the deterioration in the status of species, e.g., for example, Danube sturgeon species and habitats occurring in the Danube region and covered by EU nature legislation. So you see there's a strong link also to the EU biodiversity strategy. So this is also the key related topic. And just an example, for the associated task force, we have the Danube Sturgeon Task Force, the DSTF, and I'm happy that colleagues of this DSTF are here today in the conference and present some of the results from concrete projects. And I would also like to highlight the 3rd target, which reads reduce the introduction and spread of invasive alien species in the Danube region. So quite specific topic, also related to biodiversity, which focuses on these invasive alien species. And this is implemented by the Danube Region Invasive Alien Species Network, DIAS, which is actually chaired by Theodora Tritschkova. You know her quite well from IBERBAS. I will come to that later in detail later on. Next slide, please. The task forces, I would like to give you an idea because this also closes the bridge to today's conference, I think. As I said, it's very implementation driven. The task forces are in the implementation level of PA6 and are formally linked to our governance system with the steering group. They are open, have a transnational focus on the Danube region, on the different subtopics. And really important, these task forces comprises usually actors from the civil society. So NGOs are very important for us, the stakeholders, especially in these topics, and then academia, very important to bring evidence-based knowledge to our work, and of course public authorities to close the link to the policy level and even EU level. This, brings us to the triple helix approach to gain different viewpoints on the specific topic. It's an international composition. The task force differs around 20 to 40 members, and they usually develop own strategies and work plans, out of which then concrete activities and projects are derived. And the task forces are observers to our formal steering group, which is composed of representatives of the line ministries of the 14 Danube countries. Next one, please. Thank you. To give you an overview on all these currently seven task forces, the Danube Sturgeon Task Force focuses on sturgeon conservation, reintroduction and protection of Danube sturgeon species as a flagship species. This is really important to put it in short, but you know it. I always say, being a geographer, if the sturgeon is doing well in the Danube River is doing well, because it has such a high demand on quality of habitats, connectivity of habitats, and so on. And this is dealt here in this task force. We have, as I said, the Danube Region Invasive Alien Species Network, and this is chaired by IBERBAS. Well-known colleagues, of course. The Danube Parks Network, focusing on ecological connectivity, and task force on soil protection. Next one. We have the task force on air quality, and this is also highly research driven by the Joint Research Center from the European Commission. We are really happy to have them on board. A task force on pesticides and chemicals, also soil protection. A local one, a working group, Master Plan Bavarian Danube, which is about to be extended to other regions. And our latest task force is the Danube Landscape Task Force, which focuses on the development of cultural landscapes in the interface between natural assets and also human activities. So for sustainable development, very interesting, very important to make people aware of all this. Climate change, to close, to come to today's main topic, is always important, because biodiversity in general, as we all know, is also affected immensely by climate change. So this is an horizontal topic. Next one, please. Already my final slide to come to an end, to give you an impression. Also to have a bridge to today's conference. What is the role of science and academia in the implementation of the Danube strategy and also PA6? And I apologize to be in such a hurry. The Danube strategy is quite complex, but I hope that I could give you an impression. And science, as I said, provides really essential and evidence-based contribution to our work in the task forces, and therefore to the PA6 implementation. And of course, backed up by these other colleagues from the civil society, and of course, public authority, they have an eye if certain proposals are really possible to implement and how to implement them. But by this basis, we are quite on a good way, I think. We have a particular contribution of the academia and science to the task forces DEARS, of course, so invasive alien species, the Sturgeon Task Force, and the new one, the Danube Landscape Task Force. And I mentioned already the Joint Research Center. So as a final word, scientific cooperation in the Danube region, in my impression and also experience now 10 years of implementation, is essential, really essential for the implementation success of our strategy and thus for the policy development. So I'm really grateful for the support from the colleagues from the scientific sector. It's really a must, of course, to have you on board to bring our topics forward. And I'm really looking forward to hear the presentation of today's conference. And I thank you once again for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banos, for valuable speech, for focusing on the task of the European strategy for the new region. Now we will go with the next presentation with the report presented by Ludwig Toplak, Alma Mater Europea, on the digital education as a condition for green Europe. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, dear Mr. President of European Academy of Sciences and Arts, Professor Klaus Mainzer, Honorary President of European Academy, Professor Felix Unger, Professor Julian Revalski, as a host, President of Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, dear representatives of Bulgarian authorities, distinguished guests. Thank you to the organizer for the opportunity to present some views in some experiences concerning academic cooperation in the Danubian region, emphasizing the importance of new technologies for the academic transition in the Danubian region. The region could be observed from geographical, historical, political, economical, and cultural point of view. I want to present some organizational forms concerning and some experiences concerning the cultural and scientific activities in the region. The Danubian Academic Conference is fulfilling very important mission in the sense of academic and cultural reintegration of Europe, stressing the territory that could be nominated in different terms, like Danubian region, Danube strategy, Central and Southeast Europe, 3 Cs, 16+1, and others. Decades ago, the Danubian Rectors Conference was founded to link the universities along the Danube from the Schwarzwald to the Black Sea. The Danubian Academic Conference is today fulfilling very important mission in academic cooperation, promoting academic cooperation among the respected national academies of sciences and arts, and science and technology in the region. Some decades ago, it was already stressed that there is needed the university that would solve the real challenges of the Danubian region, like ecology, intercultural communications, economic and political transition, technological development, health, demography, and others. Under the academic patronage of European Academy of Sciences and Arts, Alma Mater Europaea was founded with its branches, including Alma Mater Europaea in Slovenia, so-called European Center Maribor. In the region, there are continuing different conferences organized by the academic institution, like traditional conference, Science and Technology Juraj Plenković in Opatija in Croatia. Alma Mater Europaea and European Academy of Sciences and Arts is organizing annual conference. It's about people. The last conference was dedicated to the digital transformation in science, education and arts, and the next will be dedicated to the ethical aspects of digital transformation. Next, I would like shortly to present some aspects concerning the Danubian region, key points and challenges, including emphasizing the educational programs and as well activities of European, everything in the framework of the activities of European Union. The Danubian Region Integration Initiative, that was the European strategy for the Danube region. Thank you very much to Professor Florian for his presentation. And Danube Region initiatives as well, another like 3 Cs, that is mostly supported by the American strategy. And as well, there is very important Danubian Region Initiative 16+1, that is Chinese aspect concerning the Central and East Europe, so-called, and as digital education as a precondition for Green Europe. That is our mission, the mission of Alma Mater, how to contribute through the educational processes. And regional education network, that was as well project of Alma Mater, how to develop and promote digital tools in education on all levels in the enlarged Danubian region, in cooperation with the local high-tech partners, universities, academies, and so on. And as well, we would like to stress the arguments. Digital transformation with new communication platform requires new teaching methodologies, education, and fulfill, that's way to fulfill potentials of technologies and community learning. Next, stimulating the education potentials, and as well to promote economic and cultural development. Digital growth, these are some graphs to show what is the situation of the countries in the Danubian region comparing to the other countries in European Union. Alma Mater is organizing the conference, so it's about people conference. The 9th conference was, as mentioned already, was dedicated to the digital transformation in science, education and arts. And finally was accepted a resolution from It's About People 21. First, what was stressed is that the digital transformation is a new development process accelerating implementation in various areas of social life and development, especially during the COVID period. The conference organizers will continue its activities. And the next, It's About People conference in the field of digital transformation continues holistically to emphasize the ethical and social aspects necessary for the balanced, sustainable development of the digitalized and the green Europe, and as well to protect human dignity. And next, Middle Europe, or so-called Danubian region, with its specific geographic, ecological, demographic, and cultural challenges, needs special attention and scientific research and higher education, all in the perspective of the harmonious, sustainable development of green digital Europe. And as well, there is a stress that Alma Mater and EASA invite academic and other public institutions, particularly members of European Academy of Sciences and Arts, to participate creatively in continuing the Alma Mater and EASA mission. And the next, following the mission, the organizers of the conference will explore all possibilities in cooperation with universities and other academic and national institutions to make best use of all available academic potential, human and material, to achieve sustainable development of the digitalized and green Europe. And as well, the conference proposed that the institutions of the European Commission and national governments, within the framework of existing mechanisms, provide the necessary organizational, infrastructural, material, and substantive support, and enable a rational use and utilization of free material and human resources in the region. The conference proposed as well to establish Center for Digital Transformation, supposed to be in the framework of Alma Mater Europea or any other institution, which will involve and connect the interested competent academic resources, monitor needs, develop programs, provide appropriate publicity. And finally, Alma Mater Europea, with its regional educational network initiatives, is contributing to the new technologies of academic transition in the Danubian region, with the special focus on transfer of the methodology and experiences from the world leading edu-technological center and high tech. The new standards in learning online, teachers training with the new concept is urgently needed. We propose as well a network of educational, technological, and business partners with the Danubian region through the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, universities, research centers, high-tech companies, small and medium-sized companies as well, other professionals and vocational institutions, ministries, cultural institutions. And final conclusion, fast development of the new technologies needs multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches, including focus on ethics and use of the technologies. Following the mission of Alma Mater Europea, in the Danubian region to contribute to the European integration, with the focus on the Danubian region with integration and use academic potentials in the field of technology. Alma Mater Europea designed the new study program, Applied Artificial Intelligence. And next conclusion, European Center Maribor is committed to contribute to the further development in the Danubian region, also with the conference. It's about people. The next 10 conference will be next year, and dear colleagues, respected scientists are invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Pavlak, for this interesting report on the digital education. I think that maybe there will be a lot of questions about this, but questions and comments we will postpone for the round table after 40 minutes. So now we will proceed with the next report, which will be presented by Christine Devise on the subject climate communication between Flemish politicians and citizens on Facebook. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can see my slide. Perhaps
yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So as I mentioned, I'm trying to make the slide bigger, but I can't.
Maybe if you go to with the press the F5 button to see the whole screen.
Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Okay. Thank you very much. So as was already mentioned, so today we, which is me, Wout, and colleagues Christine Devise and Annemarie van den Bergen, will be talking specifically about climate communication. So we're looking at the climate debate and specifically focusing on the interaction between the climate debate in terms of what politicians and political parties, what policies they propose to combat climate change, and also how citizens react to these policy proposals. We're focusing not on the Danubian region, but on the Flemish context, so Flanders being one of the regions of Belgium. But as you will see during the presentation, many of the arguments and positions that are brought forward may also be reflected in the debate in other countries. For instance, some of the arguments that we found could also be found in the US, for instance, or in Australia. So in this globalized world, the debate that we see in Flanders actually reflects many of the positions also communicated elsewhere. So hopefully this is also of interest to the Danubian region. So we decided to focus specifically on Facebook posts because Facebook is where much of the interaction between political parties and citizens actually goes on. And Facebook is also the most popular social medium in Flanders. And our aim is really to describe or to pinpoint the evaluations that citizens make in the climate debate, either explicit or implicit. And we did this really to gain insight into the emotions that people, citizens have about climate policies, about politicians, and the judgments that they make of policy proposals, which can be either positive or negative. And the aim really was to pinpoint potential non-constructive positions and try to counter those arguments with a more constructive communicative strategies to allow us to facilitate effective policy. We did this by means of an appraisal theory, which I'll explain in a minute. So that's a theory that allows us to highlight or to bring out the emotions and judgments towards something that is being communicated. But first, to provide some context to the data that we will show, we looked up for the different parties in Flanders, the potential audience that they have on Facebook. So here on this slide, you can see on the left, the most right wing, or the radical right wing party Flemish Interest. And we organized the parties here on this slide from right wing to most left wing. So all the way to the right, you can see there the Communist Party, which is the radical left wing party in Flanders. If you look at the Facebook followers, the number of followers that each party has, we can see that it's typically or specifically the right-wing parties that really dominate the debate, in the sense that they have the widest potential audience. And it's specifically the radical right-wing party Flemish Interest, which is comparable to, for instance, the French Rassemblement National, so a radical right, extreme right party, and that party really dominates the debate on Facebook, or at least has the potential to engage most citizens. So for each of these parties, we focused on the climate post that each party makes, but specifically we wanted to show or investigate how citizens react to these policy proposals. So we had a look at how often these different parties communicate about the climate in the past 2 years, so 2020 and 2021. And somewhat unsurprisingly, perhaps, it was the Green Party that talked the most about the climate. But then if you focus specifically on the data for 2021, we can see that there are 3 other parties that sort of begin to pitch in, and that suddenly shift their focus perhaps from COVID more towards the climate. So it's specifically the 2 more right-wing parties, so the Flemish Interest, the radical right party, the right-wing Conservative Party, NFA, so that's New Flemish Alliance, but also the extreme left or radical left party, the Communist Party, that suddenly begin to talk a lot about climate change. The more centrist parties, so the Liberal Party, the Christian Democrats, and the Socialist Party, don't really focus that much on climate change in their communication on Facebook. So based on how often each party published a post talking about the climate, we extracted in total 15 posts. So based on how frequently each party posted about the climate, we selected a different number of posts per party. And then for each post that we extracted, we analyzed 50 comments by citizens. For this presentation today, we decided to zoom in or focus on 2 parties. So on the one hand, we wanted to focus on the radical right-wing party Flemish Interest, which, as you remember, has the biggest potential audience in this debate. And then we also wanted to focus on the Green Party, which is the party that in a way owns this topic, but also that talks the most about climate change. So we focused specifically on those 2 parties, also because they in a way represent the 2 polar opposite in this debate. So the Green Party being very much in favor of climate action and effective climate action, whereas, as you will see, Flemish Interest is a bit critical of climate policies and in a way wants to slow down the climate policies that are being presented by the government at the moment. So the way in which we analyzed the comments was in terms of the appraisal theory by Martin and White. This is a linguistic theory that looks at how interlocutors, so speakers, hearers, writers, and readers, how they use language to communicate their position on something. So for instance, on climate change, and in doing so, in distancing or aligning themselves with a position, they also want to build a relationship with others. So specifically for this topic on climate change, you can see that some Facebook commentators, Facebook users, they either praise what is said by, for instance, the Green Party to align themselves with the Green Party, or they express criticism to distance themselves from the Green Party or the Flemish Interest Party. We focused on expressions of attitude, so either positive or negative, where we made a distinction between expressions of emotion, so how do people feel about climate policies or about climate change, and there we made a distinction between emotions towards future events, which is basically desires or fears for future events, or emotions about present and past events, which basically is an expression of happiness or satisfaction versus negative emotion would then be unhappiness or dissatisfaction. In addition to emotions, you also find expressions of judgments, so judgments of policies or of politicians, which can be in terms of whether or not politicians speak the truth, how ethical or unethical, corrupt they are, but also their capacity to enact change or their resolve to do so. So that is what we focused on in our study. So what we found was that, first of all, when we distinguish between emotions and judgments on a general level, we found examples like, for instance, someone commenting on a Flemish Interest, so Radical Right Party post, saying that we are sick and tired of paying too much, so linking policies, climate policies, with a financial impact and saying that this is not something we want, we are sick and tired of it. For judgments, we found examples like, for instance, someone criticizing the Green Party by saying that the Green Deal by the European Union is, or Commission, is madness, and specifically criticizing socialist Timmermans as squandering someone else's money, a criminal fool. So talking about Timmermans being corrupt or unethical in terms of his so-called criminal behavior, but also criticizing his capacity, his intellect, stating that he is a fool. So if we compare the two parties, we saw that overall commentators to both parties tend to be very negative. So we see most of the posts expressing negative emotion or negative attitude, and most of the negative attitude focuses on negative judgment of people and policies. We do find certain differences between the parties. So the radical right commentator, or the commentators on the radical right party, they focus more on that negative judgment in terms of ethics, corruption, and then truth. But the Green Party commentators, on the other hand, are a bit more likely to express positive emotion than the Flemish Interest commentators. If we zoom in on the expressions of emotion, so what kinds of emotion do people have about climate change and climate change policies, there we distinguish between desires and fear and happiness, unhappiness, where, for instance, we found that someone commenting and aligning themselves with Flemish Interest expressed the desire to set our own energy policy. But this person expresses again the negative desire, or the desire not to have polluting gas plants. So this ties in with a proposal by the government to basically end nuclear power in Belgium and to replace nuclear power plants by gas plants. So this person doesn't want that, and thereby basically restating the argument, the position of Flemish Interest. And this person then also says that they do not want an energy policy that will make our energy unaffordable and create massive air pollution. So that's basically him repeating, or her repeating, the argument by Flemish Interest. If we look at expressions of happiness, unhappiness, we saw, for instance, that for the Green Party, we found many people commenting and saying that they are happy that the Green Party was in the federal government. So this was probably a post in 2020 when the Green Party just came into office and became part of the federal government. And there you see many people expressing their happiness about that. If we compare the two parties, there we saw that when it comes to expressions of emotion, commentators on the radical right party tend to be very negative, whereas for the Green Party, you saw more people expressing a positive emotion. For the Flemish interest commentators, most of the expressions talk about fears about future events or their desire not to have certain policies, whereas for the Green Party, we found most of the expressions of happiness. Now, if we turn to judgments, which was the larger share of the expressions of attitude, there we distinguished between judgments about people, so specifically politicians, but also judgments about the policy proposals. And there we see that if we compare the two parties, basically what we found is that commentators for either party tend to basically agree to the extent that they focus on negative judgments mostly, and that negative judgments can be either directed towards people or proposals. So we actually found no significant differences between the two parties here. But if we then look at the precise judgment that people have of people, and we distinguish between capacity resolve or ethics and truth, there we did find significant differences between the two parties, where, for instance, for Flemish interest, we found people commenting and stating that politicians are empty heads, so not intellectual, they don't have the intellectual capacity to enact real effective policies. Whereas if we look at the Green Party, there people who align themselves with the Green Party tend to focus more on the resolve or the lack thereof, stating that politicians are too lax to enact change. So actually here people are focusing not on the capacity of politicians to enact change, but rather stating that they are too lax to do so. We also found that people, citizens commenting on Flemish interest posts tend to focus a lot on the ethics. So we found many statements stating that politicians are all not just incompetent, but also corrupt. And that goes for all politicians, according to the people who align themselves with Flemish interest. Whereas if we look at the Green Party, the kinds of ethical judgments that we see there are not really directed at politicians, but more at humanity in general, stating, for instance, that it's a disgrace how humanity treats the earth. So talking more about the ethics of climate inaction. And then for the Flemish interest posters or commentators, we found a lot of comments stating that politicians cannot be trusted. So for instance, someone saying here that if the government advises something, don't do it. First, everyone was pushed to buy a diesel car just so that they could tax it. Then they advised solar panels to then plant an Ivanov bags. So the person here is referring to the fact that the government stopped the subsidies for solar panels. And then he is stating that please don't let them deceive you. This policy, so a proposal to invest in wind energy, he's referring to, has 0.0% to do with the environment. So an expression of distrust as to what people, politicians are actually talking about. If we compare the two parties, we see that again, in terms of that binary distinction between positive versus negative judgment, we see that they are overall alike, but in terms of the precise target of their judgment or the content of their judgment, we see significant differences. So for instance, Flemish interest focuses more on a negative ethical judgment. So quite often repeating the idea that politicians and specifically the government is corrupt, for instance, or they want to steal our money is also an argument being frequently raised. Whereas Green Party commentators, specifically the ones who align themselves with the Green Party, focus more on a negative judgment of the politicians' resolve to enact climate change. So for instance, saying that politicians are too lax, so criticizing the inaction as unethical. Now then, if we turn to people's judgments of policy proposals, we made a distinction between whether or not they judged proposals, policies as attainable or not, desirable or not, and also judgments of the impact of potential policies. And there we made a further distinction between environmental impact and financial impact. So for attainability, we found, for instance, that someone criticizing the Green Party states that their proposal to electrify the company car fleet is unattainable because our electricity network is not ready for all those electric cars. Maybe put diesel groups to charge them, but this is not feasible, this person says. So a negative judgment of attainability. For proposals that were judged in terms of desirability, we found actually that most people who express or turn their judgment towards desirability, they tend to be overall positive. So someone aligning themselves with Flemish interest, with the Radical Right Party, expresses the desire or states that a brand new hyper-modern nuclear power plant would be something that is desirable, especially if it's put together with the latest ingenuity. We also found many judgments of the impact of policies, where if we looked at the Green Party, that judgment was mostly about the environmental impacts, specifically the negative environmental impact of climate inaction, so not doing anything, where this person, for instance, says that there will be many more disasters if we don't do anything. Melting ice caps will mean floods, mudslides, all seasons will shift, and so on. For the people commenting on Flemish interest, so the Radical Right Party, there we saw that their focus was more on the financial impact, negative financial impact, where they believe that climate policies basically are just yet another way to tax people. So this person, for instance, says that cars are taxed strictly, but planes and cruise ships and so on, which emit I don't know how much, nothing is done about those. They pollute more than cars, and still they bully citizens so they can pluck them dry. So the focus here being on the financial impact, where the environmental impact is also communicated, but it's more presented as a side note, and the focus is really on the financial burden that citizens apparently have to bear. If we compare the two parties, we see that again, commentators on both parties are overall very negative, but again, we see a difference in terms of the content of their judgment, where we found, for instance, that the Flemish interest commentators focus mostly on negative impact, whereas for the Green Party, you saw comparatively more judgments of attainability and desirability of policies. Now, finally, something else that we looked into was what kinds of topics, what subjects people brought up in their posts. And here we found, interestingly, that the focus is again on that impact. And if we compare the data here, so if we compare how often the different commentators or the groups of commentators, how often they talk about the impact of climate policies, we see that for the Flemish interest commentators, the focus is very much on the financial impact. For the Green Party, you see that the focus is sort of both on the financial and the environmental impact, but the environmental impact is much more a concern for Green Party commentators than for the commentators on the Radical Right Party. Something else that we found interesting was that Green Party commentators tend to emphasize the urgency of climate action and stating that there's no time to waste, basically. And we found that we could contrast this in a way with how Flemish interest commentators, what topics they bring up, and they tend to emphasize or present climate policies as climate mania or climate hysteria, and they contrast that climate hysteria, according to them, with realistic policies, which basically boils down for them to not doing much, because they believe that the climate change crisis is not that much of a crisis, and it will sort of fix itself, or technology will fix it. So that's basically what I just mentioned. So to conclude, what we found was that in the climate debate in Flanders, but probably also elsewhere, the attitudes that people convey mostly have to do with judgments of proposals and people, and those judgments tend to be negative. people focus mostly on the impact of climate policies, which they judge negatively, which for the commentators on the radical right-wing party focused mostly on the financial impact, whereas for the Green Party commentators, the focus was a bit more on the environmental impact. We also found, and this is not tied specifically to the climate debate, but about the political debate in general, what we found was that people, and specifically the commentators on the radical right-wing party, often give a negative judgment of politicians, stating, for instance, that politicians are unethical, cannot be trusted, and often bringing up arguments like politicians being pickpockets and taking money from the people. For the Green Party commentators, that focus was more on the laxness of people or their lack of resolve to enact climate change. And then finally, we said that the Flemish interest commentators tend to praise so-called realistic policies over climate mania. So basically stating that we don't need to do much, we need to be realistic and not take too policies that are too drastic. Whereas for the Green Party commentators, they actually criticized inaction and weak policies as immoral, which was emphasized by stressing the urgency and the gravity of the climate crisis. Now, to conclude this presentation, we want to offer some reflections about our own study, where we want to point out that, of course, we're aware that the climate debate on Facebook may not be fully representative of the actual public opinion. So we believe, and previous studies have shown this, is that people tend to be convinced that climate change is a real issue, but we still found that the debate on Facebook actually allowed us to highlight certain arguments and certain positions that are very prominent in the public debate, also in the political debate, for instance, as communicated by the radical right-wing party, and that these arguments that are being raised have the potential to be very detrimental to effective policies. So that debate on Facebook is important to highlight these different positions. So we found, for instance, that the Flemish Interest Party tends to talk a lot about affordability of actions as well as their attainability. And we clearly see that this is sort of picked up by their followers who communicate those same viewpoints, which then ends up undermining effective policy. Because what we found, for instance, was that these commentators tend to have an aversion towards renewable energy sources, praising technology as the key to solve climate change, even though, of course, renewable energy sources are also a form of technology to do so. But they don't really like that kind of technology. And then on the other hand, if we look at the other position in the debate, so the Green Party commentators, there we saw that the Green Party emphasizes the urgency of climate action and also the negative consequences of climate change. But the people who tend to be convinced by those arguments are the ones that already are convinced. And by repeating those arguments, you run the risk of actually disheartening them. And we saw this, for instance, in comments stating that the actions proposed come too little, too late, and someone else saying that they really hope we're still in time, implying that perhaps it's already too late. So we found that actually both positions and the way the strategies that both positions use to convince people can actually be detrimental to effective climate policy. So people should really, and politicians should really think carefully about the arguments that they raise and the emotions and judgments that they try to appeal to. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope this was enlightening.
Thank you very much, Ross, for this report. It's an interesting subject. We'll go now to the next report, which will be presented by Professor Miklanek from the Slovak Academy of Sciences on the program and projects of the Danube countries cooperation. Please, Professor.
Yes, thank you for the floor, Mr. Chairman. Can we hear us? Oh,
Yes.
yes, fine, thank you, because I was not sure. So I shall try to start to share my screen. Distinguished chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the Danube River Basin is an area of common interest for all of us from different aspects. I'm going to talk a little bit about hydrology. The importance of the Danube River Basin, we can see also that there are several international programs, agencies who are dealing with some aspects of hydrology of the Danube River. The first one was probably the Danube Commission for Navigation. The best well-known maybe is the ICPDR, the International Commission on Protection of the Danube River. Or very famous is as well the International Association for the Danube. We will have the chance to hear several presentations today. If I am right, this is a non-governmental association. And I am going to talk about the regional collaboration of the Danube countries within the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program of UNESCO. So historically, the working approach to hydrology of Danube started in the Danube Commission. And for us, it is important that in 1974, a network of 8 countries was created to deal with the hydrology of the Danube River. 4 of the countries were under the Danube Commission umbrella and 4 of them under the IHP UNESCO. And the main task of this group was to prepare the hydrology of the Danube River and to publish a monograph on it. The group was successful in this way, and in the year 1986, they published the Danube monograph, which was called The Hydrology of the River Danube. This monograph was prepared in 4 languages, published in 1 volume, all the 4 languages. And besides the text and tables and the assessment of the hydrological questions, also several large format maps were published on rainfall, on runoff, and on evapotranspiration. This is a detail of the map on the runoff. I am showing it because I would like to explain the approach, how to make this estimation, this assessment. So the water balance was made on national territories, and there were later on there were meetings of experts who were quarreling, discussing on harmonization of the isolines of the state borders, which was quite a problem. So everything was done manually in this period. But during the preparation of the monograph, the countries decided to continue to work on other topics which were not included in the monograph, but which were also very important. And this kind of collaboration started in 1996, and since that, regular annual meetings of the working group take place. Almost all the countries in the Danube Basin signed the principles of the collaboration. So we can see that practically all the countries are nowadays part of the collaboration. The coordination is done in certain periods by selected countries or volunteering countries. The rule at the beginning was that the coordination should move downstream along the Danube channel. So it started in Germany and was moving downstream. In this period, the coordinating country is Slovenia. This collaboration has 2 main directions. One of them are the scientific projects. And the other one is organization of regular biennial conferences, which were a platform for publishing the results or dissemination of the results. Since that time, many conferences took place. The last one was was this year in the Czech Republic at Brno. And we were already invited for the 30th conference of the Danube countries to be held in Austria at Wien in 2023. The main organizer will be well-known Professor Habersack from Boku. Now I shall show you an overview of the projects which were treated in the collaboration. The first projects were touching the topics which were not included in the monograph, like the suspended load and bed load, or thermal and ice regime, and some other questions. And it was also realized that as the time is moving and more data is available, so after some 10, 20 years, it's necessary to update the hydrological monograph, update with new data, with new technologies, with new approaches. And the group started to work on this. For this period, the most important was the last listed on this screen, the update of the water balance. We used to publish the results of the projects as follow-up volumes of the Danube hydrological monograph. So the volume 8 was the basin-wide water balance. And again, I am showing a detail of the maps which were published in this project. And it is a great difference comparing to the first approach, because the new technologies were available, computers and geographical information systems. So the map was elaborated in a geographical information systems, and they were not done for the national territories, but they were done basin-wide. So for the total basin of the Danube River, which is about more than 800,000 square kilometers. Also, the maps were published for rainfall, for runoff, and for evapotranspiration. And this is a list of other projects, not necessarily to read all of them. I would just highlight the project on paleogeography of the Danube River, which was very, very nicely prepared and it's very interesting. And as the time was moving again, and the problems of the global change and climate change started to be discussed, so the group decided to focus on two main phenomena which are being discussed. These are floods and droughts. In our hydrological terminology, the low flows. So the last two projects which are on the screen, I will mention now. The last follow-up volume of the hydrological monograph, which was published 2 years ago, was on the flood regime of the rivers in the Danube River Basin. And now we have one ongoing, continuing project, which is on low flows and hydrological drought in the Danube Basin. This project is coordinated by the Czech Republic, and if you are interested in more details, you will easily find it on internet. The rest of my time, the few minutes I will spend explaining some results of the project on flood regime of rivers in the Danube River Basin. This project was coordinated by Slovakia, therefore I am taking the privilege to show you our approaches and some results of this project. Very different topics were discussed. And what was new for this project is the history of Danube floods and propagation of the floods, as well the questions of homogeneity of time series which were available. The new topics were also the cyclicity and long-term trends of annual series, the intra-annual regime changes. Then probably you have heard about the teleconnections and the possible influences of phenomena like the Northern Atlantic oscillation or quasi-biennial oscillation or the Southern oscillation. It means El Niño, La Niña on discharge series. Also statistical analysis of extreme discharges and some other topics. We were we were working with data from 20 stations along the Danube River, quite well distributed along the channel of the Danube. And we made the analysis also for more than 60 stations on the tributaries of the Danube River. Our approach was such that template was prepared and all the stations, all the almost 90 stations were elaborated in the same manner. In this template, you can find different characteristics of hydrology and hydrological regime. And if you take two different stations, for example, Bratislava and Reni at the Danube Delta, you can immediately compare the same figures and to see what is the behavior of individual hydrological characteristics in these stations. There is a lot of different characteristics. I'm not going to explain the details of these figures because we don't have time. You can see that really there are the many and the most important characteristics which were elaborated in this way for all the stations. This figure here might be interesting. It is showing how the discharge is increasing downstream the Danube River. It's slowly decreasing. Here is a jump. It is the confluence with the Inn River, then slowly increasing, and all the territory from Vienna through Hungary to Serbia, Croatia, the increase is not very significant, but again, there is a big jump, doubling of the discharge. And it is, of course, because of the tributaries, mainly Sava and also Tisa. And then again, for a long course of the river, the increase is not so significant. As I mentioned, the new was the inclusion of the historical information within the statistical evaluations. The historical floods or data on it were found in different written documents and mainly from the flood marks, which are very good managed in German and Austrian part. And there are several also in Slovakia and in Hungary. Why it is important? This area, these red columns, are showing data which were measured, where the data series are available. We are lucky in Bratislava that starting the 1876, we have daily data of discharge at Bratislava, but it is not the case for all the stations. And based on requirements, for example, the European directives, we should estimate the so-called 100, 200, 500 years floods, and how to do it from the series which are shorter than 100 years even. So it is very good and very useful to include the information on historical floods. Here are some of the historical floods for Vienna-Bratislava region. And it might be interesting for you that the largest flood for this upper Danube region occurred in the year 1501, and the discharge went to, it was estimated that the discharge was about 14,000 cubic meters per second. If we have a look to measured data, so we have several big floods, yes, all of them, I'm now speaking for Bratislava, all of them are something like 11,000 cubic meters per second. But the historical example is showing that we can really expect bigger floods in the future. And the floods, as the Danube river basin is very large and the river is very long, so the floods do not occur in the same years along the total course. So here is an example of floods which were important for the upper Danube. These are stations Vienna, Bratislava, where the discharge was about 10,000 cubic meters per second, and the same discharge was at Delta. Another example are floods which were important for the downstream part of the Danube. In the region of Vienna, Bratislava, the floods were in that year something like 7,000 cubic meters, but at Delta it was going up to 15,000 cubic meters per second. But we can find also floods. These are years 1897 and also 2006, where the flood was important for the whole Danube River. So in the Vienna-Bratislava region, it was the 10,000 cubic meters per second, and in the Delta, it was 15,000 cubic meters per second. So these years were very important from the point of view of floods for the whole river basin. I shall skip some figures because we are short of time. Also, this figure can be interesting for you. It's showing the propagation of extreme floods downstream the Danube River. For example, in the year 2002, there was Bratislava is this white area, was a large flood going up to 10, 11,000 cubic meters per second. And we can see that for the total area of the Danube, it was the highest discharge in that year. Even in Delta, which is Chataul station, the discharge did not reach the level which was for the short flood in Bratislava. Another example is the 2006 flood, where there was a flood in Bratislava, but the floods in stations Turnu Severin in Romania, Ceatal and Delta were much higher, surely because of the contribution of Sava River, Tisa River. Unfortunately, I do not have time to speak about the other interesting topics like cyclicity, long-term trends, because I am out of time. Anyway, I thank you very much for your attention, and maybe we will have a chance to discuss some aspects later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mikulaek. Yes, we can discuss. We have we are a little bit late, but I think that we could continue with the round table. Professor Ganev, maybe for 10 minutes, okay. And then we will have a coffee break also for 10 minutes.
Okay. My name is Konstantin Ganev, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Do you hear me, first of all?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and I have the honor to moderate the first round table of this conference. From the problems addressed by the presentation so far, it's clear that our discussion should focus mostly on science policy, research collaboration strategies, or more general on this system, general public economy, policy making, research community. And I think that the interactions within this system are at least as complex as in the climate systems. But of course, we can also discuss more specific topics like the hydrological regime of the Danube River, which was the subject of the last presentation. So we all have the floor for our comments, questions, etc. I think that everyone can just speak, not or raise a hand. Yes, Dr. Aneva, please.
Dear Professor Ganev, dear colleagues, I have a question to the first presentation of Professor Toplak. First, thank you for the interesting presentation on a new and somewhat neglected issue. I would like to ask you whether there are similar initiatives and networks in other regions of European Union and worldwide, and can we exchange experience or cooperate with them?
Did Professor Toplak heard the question? Oh, I'm not sure if he's here.
Okay, maybe we will discuss it later.
Yeah, of course, you can also write to him. Someone else? No? Then maybe I can ask our Flemish colleague, which presentation was very, very interesting to me. And to me, it tells that the people's opinion on some specific environmental problems is formed mostly by their political, let's say, orientation rather than by some positive knowledge. Is it so?
So your question is if I understood it correctly, whether people, when they engage in the climate debate, whether they bring in arguments based on actual knowledge or just from what I found from the data, of course, it's Facebook data where anyone can participate, was that, yes, your intuition is correct. People come in with their own knowledge, which may or may not be based on scientific knowledge. And to some extent, that knowledge can be based on fact, but of course, people interpret facts based on their own experience. And we see, for instance, that looking at the commentators on the Radical Right post, they often cite sources, scientific sources or experts in the field, but they disregard other sources and they seem to pick information that fits in with their own beliefs. So, for instance, when we look at the debate in Flanders on climate change, that seems to focus at the moment on whether or not we want nuclear power plants, nuclear energy. Flemish interests, so the radical right-wing party, is in favor of nuclear power plants. The Green Party is against it, and their proposal is to then shift towards renewable energy sources, but to also use gas plants to sort of compensate for the lack of or the loss of energy by closing nuclear power plants. If we look at the arguments that people bring in, then people aligning themselves with the right-wing parties, they look for evidence that supports the notion that nuclear energy doesn't emit carbon dioxide, that it is, according to them, relatively cheap, although other sources would debate that, but then those other sources are disregarded. On the Green Party side, there you see that people aligning themselves with the Green Party, they find their own evidence, so to speak, and they disregard other evidence. So that happens on both sides. So what we lack a bit in the media is experts who really bringing the arguments from both pro and cons, and also that can put the question of nuclear energy in perspective, looking at other ways to combat climate change as well.
Thank you. So it's a significant task of the research community somehow to more actively to try to form the public opinion based really on facts, on scientific knowledge.
Yes, and I think Anna-Marie wants to pitch in as well.
Yeah, please.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to talk about our research. So I'm Anne-Marie van der Bergen from the Flemish Academy, and this project that Wout presented is a joint project by Christine Davids, Wout and myself. What I wanted to add was that this research is part of a thinkers program organized under the auspices of the Royal Flemish Academy of Belgium. And the aim of that particular thinkers program is to specifically look at the language of communication and debate on language change. And we have two experts in residence who are, the idea of a thinkers program is to come up with a report giving recommendations to stakeholders on communication. So what we are trying to do is first give a sort of overview of communication, media, discourse, and so on, political parties, how they communicate on language change, and then try and see if we can offer recommendations for better communication. Because we do believe that there are, of course, the facts, the scientific facts, which we have had very interesting talks about this morning. We as linguists can only look at the way these facts are presented to the public, and we think that this is equally important. Thank you.
Any other questions, opinions, comments? Yeah, please, Professor Bashvarova.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to thank to Professor Miklanik for his very informative presentation on the hydrology of Danube, and then on the history of studies on the Danube and international collaboration for this. And for sure, the Institute of Climate, Atmosphere and Water Research at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences is interested in this topic, and we will contact him. Thank you, Professor Miklanik.
Thank you very much. You can find the report on internet. If you will write the flood regime to UNESCO, you will find the report there.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I cannot see all the participants at once, so I cannot probably cannot see if someone raises his hand. So please just speak if you have to say something. It doesn't seem that there are any people who want to take part in this round table. And indeed, we had already exhausted the time for the right table. So now it's time for the coffee break. Though I don't, how can you give us coffee?
Excuse me, Professor Ganev.
Yeah, of course,
Professor Topok is here and he would like Dr. Aneva to repeat her question.
So, but
Dear Professor Topok, thank you very much for your interesting presentation on a new and somewhat neglected issue. And I would like to ask you whether there are similar initiatives and network in other regions of European Union and worldwide, and can we exchange experience or cooperate with them?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Shortly, Alma Mater Evropea European Center, Maribor, is mostly oriented to the Danubian region, but Alma Mater Evropea in Salzburg, as our I would say, in academic sense, modest institution, is oriented to the whole Europe, like European Academy of Sciences and Arts. And anybody is very welcome. We have very good communications as well with other universities, including Finland, Norway, Spain, mainly through the so-called Erasmus Plus programs. But anyway, any partnership is very welcome. That would contribute to the promotion of today we are mostly oriented to the quality of life in this region and to contribute to the real European integration, reintegration of the Danubian region to the European vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. More comments, questions? Do we have any? I have a question for the organizers. How are we going to use the Zoom to serve us coffee for the coffee break?
I do not have idea, but
can you repeat the question? I missed that, sorry.
No, it was a joke. I asked how can Zoom serve us coffee?
Okay, there is a cup of coffee for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, the coffee break started.
Okay, so shall we now disconnect and connect again after the 12 o'clock, or shall we stay in the Zoom? What's the proper thing to do?
However you decide, the recording will keep on recording, so
okay,
we can stay here and mute the microphone.
But anyway, we can use also the coffee break for communication. So if someone, without my moderation already, everybody can address everybody and ask questions, etc. So see you after the coffee break.
Yes, see you at 12 o'clock. Hello, dear colleagues. I hope that you have a little bit time to relax and to have a coffee. We cannot serve through Zoom, but we can serve self-serving. So if you are ready, you can continue with the next session, with the second session, and the first report. It will be presented by Dimiter Panayotov, and the topic is the potential of carbon capture and storage and carbon capture and utilization.
Hello, everybody. I will replace my colleague, Dimiter Panayotov. He has prepared this talk and this presentation, but due to some health issues, he is not able to present it. However, Dimiter Panayotov is online now, and he will be available for your questions and for the discussions.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Kristina.
I'm Kristina Chekarova, yes, from Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, and I work in the same research group with Dimiter Panayotov.
So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, okay, I will try to share the screen.
It's okay.
Okay, okay. So, as you well know, the climate change is an extremely serious and topical issue. The main driving force behind global warming are the increasing emissions of greenhouse gases that trap the heat by the Earth's atmosphere. The emissions of greenhouse gases may come from natural sources, such like forest fires, earthquakes, volcanoes, etc. But they also can be a result of different human activities, like industrial and energy production, transportation, forestry, farming, and others. When estimate the impact of the anthropogenic activities, we have to take into account that in May 2019, the atmospheric CO2 concentration exceeded 415 ppm, and the global surface temperature was 1 degree C above the pre-industrial level, and it is expected to reach 1.5 degrees C between 2030 and 2052 if the current emission rates persist. All this has serious negative impacts, not only on the ecosystems, but also on the human health and human life quality, affecting the freshwater sources, food production, urbanization, and poverty level. The greenhouse gases emissions in 2018 totaled up over 55 gigatons CO2 equivalents, about 68% of them coming from energy production and industrial activities. More than 300 cases of natural disasters related to the climate were registered, and over 68 million people were affected. The economic losses amount to more than $131 billion, and 90% of them are caused by storms, floods, wildfires, and other disasters. So all this undoubtedly shows that climate change is a serious global threat, and the time has come for an urgent global response. There are different climate change mitigation strategies, conventional approaches that include the use of renewable energy, low carbon fuels, nuclear power, carbon capture and storage, and carbon capture and utilization, new technologies and methods to capture CO2 from the atmosphere, among which are bioenergy carbon capture and storage, and direct air carbon capture and storage, and radiative forcing geoengineering technologies, the main objective of which is temperature stabilization or reduction. It has to be noted that in an attempt to reduce the CO2 emissions, after the first World Climate Conference in Geneva in 1979, several emission reduction commitments have been signed over the years. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, the European Green Deal. Let's now look in more detail at one of the conventional mitigation strategies, carbon capture and storage, abbreviated CCS. This technology can be applied in power generation and industrial sectors. It consists of separating and capturing CO2 from processes that rely on fossil fuels, and transportation and storage of the captured CO2 in geological reservoirs for very long periods. Depending on the type of CO2 production, pre-combustion, post-combustion, and oxy-fuel combustion capturing technologies could be applied. And among the specific processes that each technology uses to extract and capture CO2 are absorption by liquid amines, absorption by solid porous materials, membrane separation, cryogenic CO2 capture, and others. European Union needs a large-scale carbon capture and storage industry to meet its future targets. Depending on the median CO2 amounts captured by 2050, two scenarios with surface temperature increase of 1.5 degrees C or 2 degrees C could be realized. Carbon capture and storage is essential for Europe to reach net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. And in both scenarios, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage represents approximately 1/3 of the total CCS. Another a conventional decarbonization approach is carbon capture and utilization, abbreviated CCU, in which the captured CO2 is used as a feedstock at the production of chemicals, synthetic fuels, and building materials such as concrete. Carbon capture and utilization offers electricity storage options through the production of synthetic methane, either by processing of CO2 with renewable hydrogen or by direct co-processing with water using renewable electricity as an energy source. And in this way, carbon capture and utilization assists sector coupling by integration of renewable energy in the gas grid. It has to be noted that to ensure carbon neutrality, only CO2 from bioenergy carbon capture and storage or direct air carbon capture and storage can be used for synthetic fuels and materials. European Union needs carbon capture and utilization deployment to add different decarbonization pathways. By 2050, the estimated contribution of carbon capture and utilization is between 47 and 800 megatons CO2 per year. And in some cases, its contribution reaches about 50% of the captured CO2. The European regions with high potential for carbon capture and utilization are situated in Germany, Belgium, Spain, and Poland. Based on the annual CO2 capture capacity, the global CCS facilities can be divided into two categories. The large-scale CCS facilities have capacity thresholds of 800 kilotons per annum for capturing CO2 from power generation, and capacity thresholds of 400 kilotons per annum for capturing CO2 from industrial sources, transport infrastructure, and storage hub projects. The second category is pilot and demonstration facilities with lower capacity for capturing CO2 from power generation and industrial sources. Today, globally, there are 65 commercial carbon capture and storage facilities, and 13 of them are in Europe. 26 of the commercial CCS facilities are operating and can store around 40 megatons of CO2 every year. The rest of the commercial CCS facilities are in different levels of early or advanced development or under construction. There are 34 pilot and demonstration scale carbon capture and storage facilities in operation or development, and another 8 CCS technology test centers. To meet the long-term climate target, CO2 sequestration by carbon capture and storage to reach 2.8 gigatons per year by 2050, CCS needs deployment at significant scale. The versatility of carbon capture and storage and its ability to reduce both the flow and the stock of CO2 makes it a strategic risk management tool for climate mitigation, and the exclusion of carbon capture and storage from the technologies used to meet emission reduction targets will increase the costs. At the sectoral level, there are 4 areas where carbon capture and storage could play a critical role in least cost net zero emission pathways. The first area is achieving deep decarbonization in hard-to-abate industries such as cement, iron and steel, and chemical sectors. The second area is enabling the production of low-carbon hydrogen at scale for decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors and as a source of energy for residential heat demand and flexible power generation. The third area is providing low-carbon dispatchable power by CCS-equipped power plants, which, in addition to the supply of dispatchable and low-carbon electricity, could provide grid-stabilizing services. Carbon capture and storage complements the increased deployment of renewable energy sources. And the fourth area is delivering negative emissions, where carbon capture and storage would be needed to compensate for residual emissions in hard-to-abate sectors. The deployment of carbon capture and storage creates jobs in the construction, operation, and maintenance of the corresponding facilities and supports employment in the industrial plants at which it is applied. In the absence of carbon capture and storage, high-emission industries will become incompatible with the zero-emission commitments, which will lead to their decline. The International Energy Agency suggests a sustainable development scenario in which there are over 2,000 CCS facilities in operation by 2050, which will require a building rate of 70 to 100 facilities per year. Between 70,000 and 100,000 construction workers and up to 40,000 capture facility operators would be involved at global level. In Europe, the deployment of carbon capture and storage could provide about 150,000 jobs in 2050, 60,000 to 70,000 of which indirectly employed in supply chains. The deployment of carbon capture and storage will also enable high-value industries to maintain their sustained contribution to economies by facilitating their transition to a net zero economy. Together with the main environmental benefits of carbon capture and storage to reduce the atmospheric CO2 levels, some risks associated with long-term storage of the captured CO2 should be identified. The greatest environmental risk is the leakage of the captured CO2, either gradual or catastrophic quantity, which could neutralize the environmental benefits of CCS. To achieve environmental benefits from carbon capture and storage implementation, we will need a very intensive period of research, development, and demonstration. The other important steps that should be taken include replacement of all existing power stations with low emission power generation, use of low emission transportation, development and implementation of rigorous risk mitigation strategies in order to reduce the risk of CO2 leakage. Clear definition of selection criteria for carbon capture and storage sites, and assessment of the environmental impact at the selected sites. And last but not least, promotion of a transparent process in all stages of the CCS life cycle. And finally, I want to mention the National Scientific Program, Low Carbon Energy for the Transport and Domestic Use, E+, funded by the Ministry of Education and Science in Bulgaria, to which the authors are grateful for the support. This program is focused on the development and commercialization of technologies for regeneration of energy from renewable sources and for the capture and utilization of CO2. It is in synergy with the work programs of the Horizon 2020 and with the leading thematic area, safe, clean, and efficient energy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christina, for the interesting report. Very valuable and very, very useful. So, dear colleagues, we can continue with the next report. Christina Sandu will present the International Association for Danube Research, 65 years of aquatic research and cooperation in the Danube River Basin.
Yes, good morning to everybody, and thanks to the organizers that I have the possibility to speak here. I'm not Christina Sandu. I'm a stand-in for her. She's a president of IAD, and at the moment she has no possibility to get on the internet, and that's the reason why I'm here presenting her talk. Yes, again, thanks to the organizers to let us speak here, to let us introduce here the IAD as an association, the International Association of Danube Research. And let me share my screen so that you can see what the IAD really is and what the objectives are. Just a moment. So I hope everybody can see it. So now you can read also my name. Sorry for not introducing myself. I'm Bernd Zivka. I'm the incoming president of IAD. So this change was quite sensible that we make as Christina asked me to take over. What is the International Association for Danube Research? We were established in 1956 to foster limnological research in the Danube River Basin. We are a platform for cooperation in aquatic ecology in the Danube countries, but meanwhile more than only aquatic ecology. We will see it later on. The first joint expeditions along the Danube were organized by IAD, 1960, survey from Vienna to the Black Sea, 1961, survey from Vienna to the Spring, so one times from nearly the middle to the east and the other time to the west. And also in 1988, there was a survey. And these surveys were later followed by the joint Danube surveys, the JDS, in 2001, 2007, 13, and 2019, that were organized by the ICPDR, meanwhile. So a bit, IAD was a bit as a predecessor in case of these joint expeditions over here. So what are we doing? In fact, IAD is a scientific NGO. Our major topics are research, education, raising public awareness, and the major achievements are numerous publications on, as a monograph on the Danube, on floodplain ecology, on macrophytes, on invasive species, and on sturgeons, as you can see here, just a few of all these books. The first book, Limnology of the Danube River, was issued by Liepold in 1967. So it was in German. You can read it over here. But other books followed, a monograph of the Romanian Danube and a monograph of the Bulgarian sectors of the Danube in 1967 also, and in 1978. So there's a lot going on, and recently the IAD will edit a book, The Danube River Basin and the Western Black Sea Coast, in the book series Ecohydrology from Catchment to Coast. So we are just on our way. There's the editors are all from IAD, and the book will be out end of 2022 or at the beginning of 2023. Sorry. Okay, how do we work? We worked mainly in transnational cooperation, which is really important to combine in this large catchment of the Danube all countries that are affected, that are where tributaries come to the Danube. And of course, this will lead always to inter-academic exchanges. This will also lead to projects where IAD members participate or that are organized by IAD members, e.g. the project measures, we'll come back to it later, or Danube floodplain, or IDES. These are the most recent and still running EU project, EU Interreg project. Of course, we are organizing international conferences. We did it this year. Pity, we have to do it virtually, like this conference. It was a 43rd IAD conference, and we will have, I will invite you at the end of my talk, we will have the next one, the 44th IAD conference next year in the Ukraine. So how do we disseminate our results, our scientific results? Of course, usually via the scientific publications, the articles in scientific journals, the books I showed you, but we also have the IAD bulletin. It's called Danube News, and I'm the co-editor of this Danube News together with Gertrud Heidvogel, and we issue the Danube News are issued twice a year. That we were out for public awareness and educational activities, I told you already, but what is also important is that the IAD is one of the first observers with the observer status at ICPDR since 1998. So one of the main topics, or the beginning topics, the topic in IAD is water quality. We were out for the improvement of water quality since the 1990s, and this also led to a bit of decrease of nutrient loads to the Black Sea. And the first subtrope biology map of the Danube Basin was issued in 2002. You can see the map here on the slide. And this was a predecessor of the ICPDR water policy. So what is also on the menu, on what is also important, what are important important topics, river hydromorphology. As you can see on these slides over here, you can see how the Danube has changed in the Austrian Machland. The floodplain was former times very, very much larger, and nowadays it's only the river. There are no side arms, there are no islands in the river, and this is pity. Channelization disturbs all the ecological processes, and we need restoration of longitudinal and lateral connectivity, of course. But also we need to combine all this hydrological modeling we have with river ecology, not just to model the Danube, to model the discharge in the Danube. We have to take ecology also into account. And very important is to remove or to bypass all the hard construction with natural water retention measures. So the dams, the river dams, will, which is really important for migrating fish. And as we talk about migrating fish, we have to talk about sturgeon conservation, and this is one of the biggest topics of the last year, where colleagues were active for a very long time. IID scientists were concerned by Danube sturgeon decline as a systematic monitoring of the young of the year. This is an indicator of natural reproduction success. A success was launched by the Danube Delta National Institute in Tulcea in 2000. Sturgeon data was presented by the IID expert group on fish on several conferences. And so on. Later on was the sturgeon action plan was elaborated and adopted in the framework of the Berne Convention in 2006. And what is necessary is to bring this sturgeon topic higher on the political agenda. And in 2020, a program was elaborated based on the sturgeon action plan. And now it has become a flagship project and a success story in the EU strategy for the Danube region. So numerous projects supporting the sturgeon recovery, and they were implemented under the coordination and with participation of IID experts, such as the program Sturgeon, funded by the EU SDR, or measures I already talked about a bit. So sturgeon is an important topic, but it's bound to the possibility, to the longitudinal possibility for migrate for all this fish. Next topic, and so we are coming a bit, it's not only aquatic ecology we are focusing on, we are also focusing on floodplain ecology, and that's my topic, as well as ecosystem services. And you can see on the upper left slide here on the photo that the Danube, it's a stretch in Bavaria, is really disconnected from the floodplain. And measures are taken to reconnect, to open side arms, as it is here, so that there's more water on the floodplain. And finally, all the ecological processes can take place. What this means is to be seen on the upper right photo over here. You can see the sediment after a flood in the Danube, and you can see the sediment, the side arm coming into the Danube, and this is as less sediment. So where is the sediment? It is on the floodplain. So we have this former relationship. During floods, sediment is deposited on the floodplain. We have it partly back by restoring our floodplains and restoring the connection of the Danube and the side arms over there. So ecosystem services is an important topic of the past years. And what are ecosystem services? Of course, for example, this nice fisherman hut here with a net is an ecosystem service of the Danube. Or in the river, on the floodplain, you can use these stretches for tourism or for recreational purposes. And one of the most interesting things is what this farmer here is doing on the lower right photo. He's washing his carrots, so his harvest in the Danube. So this is also an ecosystem services to use the water of the Danube for washing carrots. So ecosystem services are really interesting and connected to river and floodplain. And talking about this measures project, which is devoted to the sturgeon, I don't want to go into details here. What you can see is the main fact that we have the iron gates dams over here, and the iron gate dams will the main problem. Not to blame the countries downstream there. In Germany, we also have 20 or more dams, and also in Austria. So, but this is the first part where the sturgeon is stopped, and yes, we have to work on it, and IAD has this always on the agenda to make it possible for this migrating and wonderful species, the sturgeon, to come back to the upper reaches of the Danube. Climate change. I will come back to this slide in my following talk. I have a second talk back to this one here. And we learned in the past talk, we learned a lot about climate change and the effects of it. This is what is shown here is a RCP 8.5 scenario, so the most worst scenario. But that's what we have to take into account. A decrease of precipitation up to 30%, 1/3 less precipitation, an increase of temperatures up to 7 degrees, maybe only 3 or 4 degrees with other scenarios, but this is one that shows us 7 degrees, and a decrease of Danube discharge up to 75%, and this would be a lot. So it is very important to try to mitigate the effects of climate change, maybe by nature-based solutions for the adaptants, and that's urgently needed to do research, and IAD will also have an eye on it. Yes, finally, the IAD vision for the conservation of the Danube River system. We like to strengthen the cooperation between scientists on topics, limnology, floodplain ecology, hydrology. As I said, this term eco-hydrology is really in focus, and it's what we like to do or like to see for the future, to combine more of these topics, to have also the other topics in mind. Joint research projects are really important. The development of new concepts and initiating activities to address critical environmental topics. Joint meetings, of course, facilitate knowledge exchange. And we are doing this by IAD with our conferences, biannual conferences. And of course, we are not only as an observer of ICPDR, but we are part of policy decision, or we are trying to be part. It's not easy in every case, based on our scientific evidence and advice. So there's the possibility to have a small influence on these policy decisions, or maybe a higher influence if the voice is louder. What is important is environmental education. That's a key measure for sustainable development in the Danube region. And finally, we like to foster and to attract students to yes, to dedicate themselves to the topic of the Danube, no matter what special field it is. But student involvement is important, because the students of today are the decision makers of tomorrow, and we have to educate them well. So that was the introduction to the IAD, to the International Association for Danube Research. And I'd like to invite you to the 44th IAD conference in 2022 in Kiev, Ukraine. It will be in autumn in 2022. The date will be out in the next weeks. And you can get more information on it on www.danube-iad.eu. That's our website. And on this website, you also can find information on Danube News. You can download Danube News. Our bulletin is for free, and you can download the PDF file from this website. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Zivke. It is very interesting report, and thank you for invitation for the next IAD conference. You probably will present the next report, so please continue with the importance of floodplain restoration for mitigating and the impact on climate change along the Danube.
Yes, thanks a lot. So we are now having this IAD block by members of IAD. They will show what we are doing and what are our objectives.
Yes.
So the importance of floodplain restoration for mitigation the impacts of climate change. I will come to this question: is it possible later on? But can floodplain restoration mitigate the impacts? Is not easy. I'm reporting a bit from our work from the Floodplain Institute in Neuburg in Bavaria. I'm heading this institute here, and I will show a bit what we are doing, or what is on the agenda of our daily work. So this is the outline of my presentation. Why do floodplains matter? Why are they of concern of whomsoever? Ecologists are interested in floodplains. What are the impacts of climate change on floodplains? And really, can floodplain restoration mitigate the impacts of climate change? And a short outlook on these issues. So what do we have if we have a look at floodplains? What do we find? We can see this image here is an image from a flood going through our floodplain at Neuburg, and that's not the problem for normal species growing on floodplains or living on floodplains. Floodplains are a dynamic ecosystem with a high adaptation to this disturbance, so they can cope with floods. They can cope also with droughts. For having this ecosystem, floodplain ecosystem functioning, it is necessary to have water on the high level, floods, and to have water on the low level, droughts, at least minor events, where we are not talking about this serious floods, this really high flood, this centennial floods, but the floods that are normally going on the floodplain every year, every 2 years, every 5 years, that these floods are in focus, and also the droughts are in focus, because by having floods and droughts in the same year, nature is sorting out the species living on the floodplain. There will only be species from the ecological point of view that can stand these disturbances, that can stand these circumstances that are annually given there. So connected to this water, there are processes, erosion and aggradation, and these processes build habitats for fauna and flora. For example, if you have erosion, you will get steep riverbanks. And in this steep riverbanks, you will have the nesting birds, kingfisher and the swallows and so on. All these birds are on the red list. And so it is important not to have this riprap, these stones on the riverbanks of the Danube. You have to open these riverbanks, take out the riprap, and then you will get the steep slopes for protected species. So floodplains are really adapted to changing conditions. And not only floodplains, the fauna and flora living on the floodplain, these inhabitants, may it be a beetle or may it be a tree, are really specialists, and they will tolerate the severe environment, but they will get extinct if you change it. If you change it to a stable environment, as I said, this example is quite good. You have this stabilized riverbanks of the Danube with riprappers, with big stones, and there's no possibility for a kingfisher to build its nest. So if we all have this stable riverbanks, kingfishers will get extinct. So we have to restore, to remediate these parts of our rivers. In a changing condition of morphodynamics, there's a power for rehabilitation and biodiversity. So changing conditions on floodplains are helping biodiversity. And you can see here, it's also a stretch of our restoration area, a stretch. That trees are fallen, but that's not a problem. Fallen trees are also habitats. If they are in the water, they will build underwater habitats. If they are above the waterline, they will build terrestrial habitats for all the fauna that is living over there. To raise your awareness a bit more for the characteristics of floodplain, we have 4 dimensions of connectivity: lateral, longitudinal, vertical, and temporal. And that's it. The river is flowing from A to B, but the floodplain on the left and on the right is laterally connected. The river itself is longitudinally connected, and vertical connectivity is also given to the groundwater, which is really important. If you change the river water, you will change the groundwater partly. And of course, this has the temporal influence because the system is changing over the year. That's a dynamic of waters, and floodplains are tolerable, as I said, against floods and droughts by morphodynamics and also by nutrient dynamics. That was the picture from the talk, from my last talk, to see how sediments are stored on the floodplain. So also nutrients are stored on the floodplain. And if you have it disconnected, floodplain and river, there will no storage. The sediments and all the nutrients, which are partly important, goes downstream. The most important functions of floodplains are carbon sequestration. We learned about it from the past talk. Nutrient storage, habitat provisioning, climate regulation, and flood retention. We have to keep this in mind, that this is important. This is only a selection of ecosystem services that floodplains are providing for us. If you have these ecosystem services in place, for example, all these 5 ecosystem services, they will contribute to human well-being. Of course, climate regulation, habitat provisioning, flood retention, nutrient storage, carbon sequestration, all this are important for the societies of today. So they are important for the human well-being. Coming back to this slide I showed you already, I have to say much more on this slide, but it is really, yes, it looks really severe if you see that there's a possibility of the decrease of 30% of precipitation, and also increase of temperatures and the decrease of discharge. It must not be 75% of discharge. If it is 25%, it's already enough. The water will not get out on our floodplains, and there will be drought in the rivers, and this is severe for ecology. So the possible impacts are drought and floods, it's clear, but the water scarcity I talked about, if there is a reduction in the Danube discharge, it's water scarcity. A and B are, that's why I showed it to you at the beginning, a floodplain intrinsic hydrological phenomena. But what about C? So normally if you have a yearly drought and you have a yearly flood on the floodplain, all the species can cope with it. But what is really water scarcity? What is behind it? And permanent and long-term water scarcity on floodplains will lead to habitat loss connected to a decrease in biodiversity. If habitats are lost, the example with the kingfisher, if a habitat is lost, the bird is not able to nest, and so biodiversity will decrease. We have a loss of floodplain forests. If our floodplain forests, we are distinguishing in softwood and hardwood forests, will decrease in the area. We do not have habitats. We cannot harvest the forest. At the moment you can do. And of course we have less carbon sequestration if the forests will die back. So there are many problems given by this water scarcity and by climate change. So the question, can floodplain restoration mitigate the impacts of climate change, is to be answered with not really. It's not that easy. It can change something about the symptoms, but cannot solve the problem, e.g. too much CO2 in the atmosphere. So that has to be done at other places. But of course, against this background, it's absolutely necessary to restore and remediate the lost or partly lost floodplains and to preserve that areas we still have in function, which still have their functions. So it can alleviate something, maybe the height of floods, if you give the river more rooms, if you have more floodplains connected to the river, it can alleviate the biodiversity loss and so on. So the impacts are not really to be mitigated. It helps a bit if we have our floodplains in place. But in case of CO2, we have to rely on other possibilities there. Floodplains. What is the extent? And you can see here a map from our project, that is called Danube floodplain, and you can see to what extent we have floodplains, former floodplains, and active floodplains. And what has been left here, the active floodplains, it's a very, very small share, and we are facing a huge loss of natural floodplain area. So also a huge loss of carbon sequestration and huge loss of flood regulation and so on. And to come to an outlook and to come to an end, there is a lot of restoration potential of former floodplains. You can see this map from WWF from 1999, and I don't want to go into details, but you can see that there is a lot of possibly potential of restoration, very high, moderate. Just have a look at the colors, and you can see that there are many possibilities to remediate or to restore our floodplains. Don't wonder that there are no possibilities in Germany or even here upstream of the Iron Gates. That are our backwater areas of dams. We have so many dams here in Germany and in Austria, so that there's no free-flowing river and there are no floodplains, or very, very low floodplains, less areas in this part. Outlook, there are more projects necessary that help to improve the situation of the floodplains along the Danube, like I talked about the Danube floodplain, reducing the flood risk through floodplain restoration. So we try to make the win-win situation between floodplain restoration and flood risk. These floods are natural phenomena, and they can turn into disasters. In the Danube floodplain project, there's offered to develop new management strategies for floodplains, improving flood protection while maximizing the benefits for biodiversity conservation. And that's behind this. And so we can help not to have the effects of climate change too severe to our floodplains if we are having these projects which try to restore or to remediate the natural floodplains. So that's all what I have to say. You can see here a look on a near natural floodplain on the side arm of the Danube with a beaver dam, and that's what we like to have from the ecology side. And I'd like to say many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are going, thank you very much, Professor Zivka, for your report and very well data that you share with us. We will go now to the last report for this session. It will be presented by Catherine Jobner. Climate response in the Danube region, a brief overview of the perspectives of International Association of Danube Research. Please. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. So thank you for this, for introducing this talk. Moment. Somehow I need to put this back. So yes, again, this talk is related to IAD, to the International Association of Danube Research, as Bernd Zivka has also mentioned this and outlined this, what it is and so on. And when I look at these authors of this talk, so they are from different countries, from Romania to Austria, Bulgaria, Slovenia, and Hungary, and so on. And I just highlighted the affiliation of my colleagues, so we can read their ecology and biodiversity and hydrobiology and so forth, water research. And this mirrors the background of IAD people. So we focus, as Bernd already, Zivka already mentioned, on ecology, habitat and species conservation, and exchange here ideas in IAD, this scientific association. And this focus is also mirrored by the expert groups. This is just a screenshot of our website. And IAD, as already mentioned before, was founded in 1956. And even if we are mainly focusing on habitat and nature conservation. There's, of course, also increasing awareness about the impact of global warming. And our former IAD General Secretary, Meinhard Breiling, for example, published already in 93 an article about the threats by climate warming in view of tourism, also concerns the ecosystem services. And at that time, he was, this research was initiated by an IPCC, by this very early IPCC report from 90. And I want to introduce myself here as well. I am the current General Secretary of IED. What are the perspectives of IED for climate research? Well, as you can imagine, of course, it has something to do with species protection and nature conservation. And I provide here an example from Bulgaria about fish endangered by climate change, by warming. This is published by Pandakov and by Trichkova. Please look at these references if you need further details. Another topic, of course, is biodiversity and habitat rehabilitation. Just to provide here an example from Romania, from Banaduk and Curtian Banaduk, who could show that lots of these habitats for fish used as refuge are threatened by climate change, and these habitats need a rehabilitation. Or tracking back environmental change and biotic shifts related to climate change. Here I provide an example by Lyashenko from Ukraine that they identified biomarkers for water temperature increase. These are species which are threatened by global warming, and also associated effects as oxygen deficiency and so forth. So we have these scenarios by global change. So more often we have droughts, and they have an impact on ecosystems, as exemplified here for Bulgaria by Kalcheva, who could show that the microbial community change, bacterial abundance, and change with droughts, or some records about phytoplankton, here exemplified by Aboni from Hungary. And ecosystem services, as already mentioned in the previous talk, are indeed important, and to think in view of climate change. So what does it mean that we have now, that we can expect, or that now it happens that we have more often warmer winters? Yes, it has, and it will affect, for example, respiration of organisms. This could be shown by a work from Slovenia, by Germ, for example, or again, this scenario, what the threats are for the fish assemblages, that species with economic importance, but also species of conservation interest are threatened by climate warming. This was shown, for example, by Banaduk and Curtin Banaduk, also co-authors of this talk. And this is again an example from Romania. And as mentioned already, droughts, wetlands are threatened habitats. On the top, an example from Hungary, Lake Balaton, data which were provided by Ivanovic, and below the same scenario, the same impact of global change, but on a wetland near Vienna in Austria, Neusiedlersee, and the Soda Pens. And we have on the left side two graphs, and these graphs show the daily change or the daily records of chlorophyll, also a measurement of the phytoplankton of the algae in the water, or for example of conductivity and temperature in these small temporary waters. And when we are thinking about climate change, of course, temporal series, time series, is this what we usually here analyze. And this means we are analyzing change over time. And here the time span, the time frame indeed matters. So the window of time for biotic change is different. So it depends on how long this time frame is. So in case we are studying change within seconds to minutes, this is relevant, for example, for nutrient uptake, just to keep continue with this example of algae, for example, phosphate uptake, which can be accomplished within seconds to minutes. So this all happens during lifetime. It's a lifetime response, or also the acclimation to underwater light. Of course, that biota can acclimate to light in the diel cycle, in the morning, in the afternoon, the light, and so forth. But there are also changes which would last longer, so weeks or years. And here we are talking about the response over generations. So concerns species shift, which is responding to habitat change. And telling this, you realize already that here's the focus of climate research in life sciences. But of course, this change over generations, which has something to do with evolution, also concerns somehow physiology of organisms. So it goes a bit back, or includes also what comes up with physiology of these organisms. So thinking how we can identify the impact of climate change on freshwaters. So what comes first in our mind is that to track climate change, first of all, we rely on meteorological data, and this is indeed true. So we all know that climate change is a global scenario. And when we are talking about weather, this is local, and weather we can measure, for example, precipitation or air temperature or sunshine duration. And just to get a number which can be related to weather, like precipitation and so forth, it's good to have a climate signal, for example, this North Atlantic Oscillation Index by Hurrell, but there are much more such indices. And indeed, we can try to find first the relationship, how the climate signal is mirrored or will impact the weather. And here we can see that NRO positive years, also these years, these anomalies which are shown here, are related in Austria to high temperature and low precipitation, while the opposite, the blue years, represent cold and wet years. And so the climate signal mirrored in the weather will also finally affect the water surface temperature, as shown here. And we can see that the NRO and water surface temperature, this is an example given for Alte Donau, will be significant, and this in particular in winter and early spring. And this is something what is now common sense in climate change, that most climate impact we will find early the year. As biologists, of course, we are more interested on the side of biota. Anyway, we go this line, global climate will affect local weather conditions. will affect water temperature, and this is less complex because it has all to do with temperature, warming, stratification, ice on, ice off, and so forth. And on the biological side, food availability, if the time series, when the food comes, so the match and mismatch between food and predator and so forth will finally affect the zooplankton assemblage. But it is needed to find these causes, these relationships. This at the end, these relationships are more complex. Anyway, these are needed if we find a relationship between global climate and zooplankton. It's a question of interpretation to convey that indeed the change in phytoplankton or in zooplankton has something to do with global change. Why are the methods identifying an ecosystem response to climate change are somehow different from methods we commonly use in ecology? What we do in ecology, we are measuring, for example, phosphate concentrations or the yield, the biomass, and so forth. And we are asking, what is the concentration? What is the amount of nutrients? And from what amount of nutrients we can expect what yield? So what quantity is commonly asked in ecology for lake quality, for water quality, for assessment of rivers and lakes? And in climate change, we turn a bit. We are not asking what, but when something happens. This is very common in climate research. We are talking about phenology, the study of periodic life cycle events. And such an example is given here for Alte Donau. So in the former talk, some books were shown from IAD, supported from IAD. Here's another book about the restoration of Alte Donau. Please visit the website of IAD and you will find the plenty books also mentioned in the previous talk. So, and what we can see here, this is a time series of so-called clear water phase, means the warmer, the earlier the warming in the year, the earlier the zooplankton can develop, and the better or the earlier the zooplankton is able to feed on phytoplankton. And then we have this short clear water phase, and we can see on this trend line, this is a trend line over 20 years, that this clear water phase is now shifted toward 11 day in advance, means that we have this shift to an earlier clear water phase in recent time due to climate warming. As I mentioned before, time series, this is what we analyze in particular in climate research, and these are raw data, usually used in ecology, but in climate research, we come up with detrended time series with anomalies. Also, what I've shown with the NRO was an anomaly, just to reduce several cycles, for example, here by detrending the phosphorus concentration during autumn, we can then highlight really the day-to-day variation. To tackle out which data suit most for climate research, yes, as I said before, first of all, we rely on meteorological data, and then on the end on biological. And if we compare time series of different lakes, the different parameters, if we put together all the physical data, for example, the water temperature, and then some chemical data, for example, the phosphate or phosphorus, and then as nutrients, or for example, biological data as phytoplankton, we will easily find out that there is a temporal coherence, there is a synchrony of the lakes if we look at the physical parameters. And it is less coherent the deeper we go to the biology. So nutrients, half chemical, half a biological thing. And so you can imagine, if you want to show up what the impact of climate warming is, it's easy to show this with ice on, ice off, and the temperature development and so forth. And you can find a unique pattern as all lakes behave the same, but in individual response can be expected on the biological side. And that's why it's so difficult for people who work on biology, as the focus in IED is to come up with this climate research publications. It's really tricky. So again, we have the climate signal. This will impact the weather, and then the climate signal goes in the ecosystem. The ecosystem will act there as a filter, and finally we have somehow an individual response. And as I show here by our logo from IED, this is the main field we are discussing and exchanging our ideas. So it means thinking about climate change means to start with the climate signal, look at weather situation and so forth, before extracting then the signal in the biotic background. What can be learned from climate research for better understanding of ecology of organisms? There's a feedback on ecology from climate research as well. Well, it means that we might think in ecology about time series at all time scales. Yeah, not only about these decades, but we might start from short-lived pulse sequences, for example, of nutrients, to long-term trends as we know these commonly. So just to show here a short-term time series of nitrite concentrations. Yes, we have known time series sequences before we started with climate research in ecology. And what we've learned, that there can some shifts, as exemplified by Ivanovich here for a time series for Lake Balaton. We are more thinking about tipping points and thresholds and so forth than in the past. And finally, what we learned, that we have to detangle the response. When we look at the time series, on the one hand, something can be driven, for example, the algal growth by nutrient exposure. This is a response to nutrients, it's a trophic change, a trophic response, as shown in the upper panel. The higher the concentration or the higher the density of food, the higher the abundance of predators, or for example, algae. But this is overlaid by some other effects, like lake phenology, means these temporal shifts, that warming will favor an earlier clear water phase and so on, can be also important. So climate will be overlay, or there's also another word, it's now not back. Anyway, this temporal pattern by climate change is superimposing the other effects in ecology we usually measure are also important. And so we need to ask, when is something an event and how long it is lasting and so forth. I say thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting report. Now is time for a round table. May I invite Professor Bachvarova?
Yes, thank
Hello.
you. Yes, thank you, Professor Ivanov, and many thanks to our four presenters, or three presenters of four papers for this session. It was really interesting, and I would like to ask, is there a question in the auditory? I don't see hands, but I would like to ask first Professor Zivka about his what he has presented. Just a question to clarify. You mentioned that they are kind of predictions by Helmholtz Institute for Climate Change of 30% reduction of precipitation and 7 degrees rise in temperature. For which horizon is this? After 50 years or more? Yes.
No, it's for the next 100, for this century, for the next 80 years. So, and as I said, it's the most worst scenario. You can find scenarios that are much better in this case, but it's just this this most severe scenario.
Yes, thank you. Anneva has raised the hand.
Thank you, Professor Bachvarova. I have a question to Professor Zivka too. First, thank you for the two valuable reports. And my question is how the land ownership could affect the restoration process in the floodplain areas and habitats. For example, 80% of Bulgarian forests are state-owned, including along the rivers, and it will be easier to apply the plant measures. But if you have many private owners, it will be much more difficult. And what could we do in this case?
You are absolutely right, and you are absolutely lucky if you have in Bulgaria 80% state forest. The situation in Germany, that's what I know more or less quite good, is totally different. We have a lot of private-owned land along the rivers, and the problem is that you cannot do really. You cannot do anything if it's law. For example, we are on the way to have these side stripes, not to go with the fields too close or really close to the river. And if you have some regulations, you can force the landowners. But if you have not, you cannot force them. It would be better to have a wide area along the rivers, maybe 50 or 100 meters for forests, for whatsoever along our rivers. But it's not possible if you have private-owned land. The private-owned land is private land, or state-owned land, the other way around, is the key for restoration. If you are focusing on longer stretches along the river, that's one of the main problems of this private-owned land.
Yes. And what about economy, for example, hydropower and these plans for flood plains restoration? There is also a conflict of interests for sure.
Yes, it looks that there are many points with conflicts of interest. Hydropower is really a huge issue. It's always a dam across the river, and so you will influence all migrating species in this case, but you will also influence the areas upstream and downstream. We have a huge hydropower dam in our restoration area, and there's a drop of 7 meters. So downstream of the dam, you have groundwater, and everything is 7 meters too low, and upstream it is too high. So on the one hand, you have wet conditions, which are not really natural. On the other hand, you have dry conditions, which are not natural. And so there are many problems which has not to be seen in the 70s when these hydropower dams were built. And yes, so this is a conflict of interest. Of course, there are water rights, and the hydropower companies in our stretch have the right to use the water up to 2050. So it's 30 years to go. And what we can only do is to bypass these dams, to build fish ladders in the simplest way, or to make longer bypass rivers, several hundred meters or a few kilometers long, to give the fish the possibility to migrate and to bring also some more water on the floodplain. So this is also a big issue.
Yes, very interesting with these long-term, how to say, allowances to use the natural, how to say, resources. But I would like also to ask Professor Teuner about how they perform their research. It is clear interdisciplinary between biology and climate. So do you have both type or both area of specialists at your institute, or you rely on wider collaboration?
So IED is a research network, yes, and it lives from changing ideas mainly about protection and habitat change, of course, climate change, what are the threats and so forth. And this also this modification of river, this power stations and so forth, was in the foreground when we are thinking about threats about biodiversity and species loss and nature conservation and so forth. But anyway, it works somehow like in all these research networks. People who are working on a similar field, exchanging ideas, then come together, possibly sharing a publication and so forth. So in German, we would say, der Weg ist das Ziel. Also it's not only that we publish then something together, it is just to exchange ideas. And you know, these also these national papers, these are not one authorship thing today. So today you have plenty of authors, and everybody contributes with his knowledge. And so we come together. Yes, it's to come in contact, to meet each other, and to exchange ideas, what we are doing now and so forth. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, thank you. And colleagues, do you have more questions? Or it was interesting, but still we are all in front of the PCs, so it's time to the next coffee break. So thank you very much again, Professor Zivka and Katrin Teubner, and also the Bulgarian presentation given by the Institute of Inorganic Chemistry.
Yes, thanks a lot for having us, for the possibility to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I hope that you have enough time to drink a coffee and relax a little bit. Now we'll continue with the next report, which will be presented by Professor Cherevenkov, Computer Simulations of Future Climate for Southeastern Europe and Bulgaria. Please, Professor Cherevenkov, the floor is yours.
This is a common work with my colleagues from the National Institute of Geophysics, Geodesy, and geography of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, science. And actually, this presentation is consolidated results of some of our recent efforts. First of all, the outline of the presentation, short preface, actually a short motivation of the use of the climate indices in the current analysis. Hence, our work is done most with the use of these very popular indicators. The second one is the definition set of climate indices and collected databases. Point 3 and 4 are the core of our presentation and frames results for the recent past and present climate and also for the projected future climate. Some special climate indicators are shown in point 5, the summary and conclusions and the acknowledgement, and a short list of our recent publication. It was already mentioned that the ongoing climate changes are the biggest challenge that the mankind faces, but the investigations and the analysis in the past was focused on the changes in the mean values, but the immediate damages to humans and the other sensitive sectors are caused by gradual change, are not caused by the gradual change of these values, but the so-called extreme climate events. These events are discussed in all reports of the IPCC, International Panel of the Climate Change. Indices derived from daily data attempt to objectively extract information from daily weather observation, from stationary data, in situ measurements, or from modeling estimations that answers questions concerning extremes that affect many vulnerable systems. And there are many strengths, including but not limited to the definition of the most climate indices is non-parametric. It means there are no default assumptions of the statistical distribution of the underlying variables. The modern sets of indices are statistically robust, cover a wide range of climates, and have a high signal-to-noise ratio. They have international agreed definitions which allow straightforward computation, most frequently with free available software. And not at least, hence this meeting is actually interdisciplinary meeting. They have agreed intuitive appeal suitable for the expert community and broader audience. And actually in the last 2 decades, 2 sets of indices are the product of project-driven international efforts, namely the STARDEX, which is the older one initiative, and the ETCCDI initiative, which is de facto standard in the climate indices based analysis. The table shows the main features of the STARDEX and the ETCCDI indices based on the availability of data, meteorological data, namely data for the minimum, maximum, and average daily temperature and the daily precipitation sum, and the availability of this software. We have I have completed the database Climb Data, which is a suite of 26 data sets on monthly, seasonal, and annual basis, as well as a linear trend and statistical significance estimation. This is a short review of the database. This database is freely
Казваш само за главната страница. Не знам така ли трябва да бъде.
Каква за главна страница? Виждате ли?
Виждаме само първата страница.
Сега. А сега?
Да.
Сега виждате ли?
Please go to presentation mode.
Виждате ли сега?
Не.
Виждате ли?
Не се вижда, все още виждаме фолдера.
Аз си кажа. Имам проблем, не мога да ви я покажа.
Професор Иванов, аз ви я изпратих, дали ще може вие да я споделите?
Сега ще на АДВ почтата ли?
Да, GBG.
Да. Чакам да пристигне. Вижда ли се сега?
Аз не ви... Да.
Добре, значи казвате, аз ще ви сменя слайдовете.
Дайте направо на трети слайд. Трети кадър.
Нищо не става обаче.
Защо не се получава?
Не мърда от първи слайд.
А при мен се
не знам, при мен изобщо не става да споделя екран.
Аз съм споделил се екран, не би следвало да е окей.
Да, обаче не мърда от първи слайд.
Може би трябва да се натисне Enable Editing. Горе.
Може ли да кликнете на Enable Editing? Чувате ли ме?
Чувам, но къде обаче не го виждам.
Горе вдясно, точно над слайда има жълта лента, където пише Protected View и вдясно има копче Enable Editing. Когато го кликнете, ще можете да манипулирате презентацията.
Аз не го виждам. Аз презентацията сменям, но явно, че при вас не се сменя.
Не, значи може би трябва да излезете от режима на споделяне, за да визуализирате преди да споделите презентацията. Трябва да натиснете копчето Enable Editing горе вдясно върху жълтата лента, за да имате право да променяте файла. И след това на Slideshow горе в менюто Start from Current Slide, за да бъде на пълен екран.
Виждате ли сега това, което аз поделям?
В момента се вижда черен екран.
Сега ще го споделя.
Явно не става.
Абе, пуснете PDF файла.
Да, с PDF файла няма да има нужда Enable Editing да се клика.
Сега ще пробвам да видя дали ще стане при мен специално.
Сега?
Не става.
Вижда се, само трябва на пълен екран.
Да, първо да го...
Идеално.
Чудесно, най-накрая се справихме.
Добре.
Actually, I will continue, excuse me, but this is the online meeting. То онлайн митинга е все едно да ближиш сладолед при стъкло. Така, actually, this is the motivation of the why we use the climate indices. First of all, the definition of the most indices is non-parametric. It means there are no default assumption about the statistical distribution of the underlying quantities. They are statistically robust, cover a wide range of climates, and have high signal-to-noise ratio, which is very important for a wide variety of tasks. And they have international agreed computation procedures. Most frequently, such programs supply also free available software. And they have a great intuitive appeal, suitable for the expert community, but also for the broader audience. Следващия. Actually, nowadays, two programs of climate indices are very popular. The older one is StarDex. The newer one is the set of climate indices of the expert team of climate change description and indices. And actually, the set of the ETCCDI indices is de facto standard nowadays, based on the availability of the computation software of this set of indices and free available data, namely the EOPS of the EKND and the popular, well-known, at least in the Danube countries, meteorological initiative Carpat-Clim. I have completed the CLIM data database, which is a suite of 26 data sets of climate indices on monthly, seasonal, and annual basis. Next slide, please. This table shows the content of the CLIM data database. It is completely freely available on the pointed link. Actually, this is the data repository of the scientific program of line size climatology and digital cultural heritage. Next slide, please. In our work, we have completed also other databases, and we have used also pre-existing ones. This table shows these databases, actually the variety of the data, time spans, coverage, spatial resolution is very, very big. The next slide, please. This is our model domain. The Mediterranean region, in particular Southeast Europe, lies in the transition zone between the climate of North Africa, which is arid, and the temperate and rainy climate of the Central Europe. And thus it's influenced by the interactions of these two regions. Because of these features, even relatively minor modifications of the circulation in the both regions can play a crucial role here of the Balkans. The results for the near past and the modern climate, the recent climate, is estimated with the 29 climate indices on yearly basis computed from the EOPS data. The EOPS data is well known in the expert community, and the estimations are for time span of 70 years from 1950 to 2019. The next slide, please. The first result is for the so-called frost days. This means the annual counts of days with minimum, but not with minimum temperature at least below zero. In the first column is the results for the first 30 years, in the second column for the last 30 years, and the absolute and the relative difference. Actually, the decreasing trend, and especially below, is very good expressed. It means that generally the number of frost days are decreasing. The next slide, please. Conversely, are the results for the so-called summer units. It means the annual counts of the days with maximum temperature above 25 degrees. Self-explaining picture, actually. The rise of this number is very spatially dominating and very good expressed, especially in the last two decades. The next slide, please. Yes, the cold spell duration index and the warm spell duration index on the second row are the indicators for the cold and warm waves respectively. The trend is, as expected, increasing for the warm spell and decreasing for the cold spell duration index. Next slide. This is estimation of the trend. Actually, the cold spell duration index is already close to zero, and that's why the trend is over the biggest part of the domain statistically not significant. The next slide, please. And now the result for the probably the most important precipitation related index, the Persepatot. This is the annual precipitation amount calculated from the days with precipitation above 1 millimeter. the picture is very spatially heterogeneous, and there is no clear trend. This is important. The next slide, please. And I will present now some similar results for the future. They are entirely based on the so-called EasyMIP fast track program. Actually, in the last 1 year, there is a continuation. There is a new generation and version of this database. It's very convenient due to two reasons. First of all, the completeness of the database. 5 GCMs, global circulation models, for 2 historical periods and for all 4 representative concentration pathways, and 1 historical climate forcing. And the second, which is maybe most important, the input data are bias corrected pre-order computation of the indices, which reduce the uncertainty. The next slide, please. This is the list of the considered models for representative sources and institutions. The next slide, please. This is a list of the considered indices. With annual temporal resolutions, actually only the growing season length is shown in green, and 10-day resolution is shown in red, and the other, this is a natural constraint, are on monthly basis. The next slide, please. This slide shows the pre-processing step which we have performed. Actually, most important, we deal with the ensemble characteristics of the results, which is the most common approach in the modern climatology. Next slide, please. Now, these are the results for the minimum on the first row, mean on the second, and the maximum on the third row. In the first column is the reference, and the next 4 columns are for the 4 RCPs, RCP 2.6, RCP 4.5, RCP 6.0, and the most pessimistic scenario, RCP 8.5, and the last 4 columns are the biases. It's clear that 2 things are obvious. First of all, we have spatially dominating warming, and second one, the warming is proportional to the radiative forcing from the RCP 2.6 increases to RCP 8.5. Next slide, please. These are the so-called spaghetti plots. These are the chronograms which shows the evolution of the aerial averages, and actually the shadowing, this color envelope is measured for the uncertainty. This is the interquartile distance, namely between the lower and the upper quartile. And in the middle, with the bold lines, with the fat lines, are the ensemble median. The next slide, please. The results for the cold spell and warm spell duration index. Actually, for the cold spell duration index, this index is almost vanishing even before the middle of this century. In contrast, the warm spell duration index is steadily rising, and especially the increase for the worst case scenario is very, very distinguishable. The next slide, please. Now, some results for precipitation-based indices. As a whole, the picture for the precipitation is more complex, and that's why the tendencies are not so clear, and the statistical significance generally is lower. But maybe what is important, we have at least for the worst case scenario here in Southeast Europe of the southeast half of the Balkan, distinguishable increase of the cold, CDD. This is the consecutive dry days index. It's a measure for the dryness and drought. The next slide, please. Actually, here are many hydrologists. Maybe these results are interesting for them. We can offer for you also other database, namely centennial long database of the standardized precipitation index, very popular in our community, with global coverage, and based of these 4 precipitation inventories. The next slide, please. Some results for the recognizable droughty year 1990 here over Southeast Europe. The next slide, please. Actually, here have to be an animated GIF. There was chronograms showing that the most droughty period in our region is in the beginning of the 20th century. The next slide, please. It's working. Here are the chronograms. The next, please. Here between the vertical green bars are the most droughty period. Actually, one of the strengths of the SPI is the clear definition of the onset, duration, and cessation of the droughty periods, namely when the SPI reaches -1 and sustains up to the upward transition through the 0 for a drought. Here is this period at the end of the 19th century for the grid cell shown on the first slide. The next slide, please. Actually, some very short results about other indices, namely the climate changes have direct and indirect impact on many economical sectors, including managed systems like heating, ventilating, and air conditioning industry. And this impact could be assessed by numerical indicators, namely the heating and cooling degree days. There is international agreed procedure from the UK Met Office for computation of these demands. And I present here a small intercept of our recent results for the most pessimistic scenario, namely RCP 8.5. Please, the next slide. And now, from left to right, the model mean for the period 75-2004 of these quantities of the based on the observation-based data set, namely EOPS. The second row is result performing the same indices, but computed from our input of REC CM. The colleagues from the Institute of Geophysics, Geodesy and Geography have made these computations. And the third row, most important, is the difference between both of them. And namely, this is the increase in the future. We have actually increase of the cooling degree days and decrease of the heating degree days. The next slide, please. And actually, these are the main conclusions. Maybe the most important conclusion is that our computation, our consolidated results confirms the recent findings that the regional climate in unison with the global and continental trends got more and more warmer. And this is reflected in all secondary quantities like the climate indices. And at least for the future, this warming is proportional, most generally and roughly speaking, of course, is proportional to the radiative, which is also important. It's worth emphasizing that the projected precipitation reduction over part of southeast part of the domain in the future and the increase in the same time of the consecutive dry days could amplify the negative impact of the expected hotter climate. The next slide, please. Actually, it's important to emphasize that our work is completely based on free available data and software. Even my operation system is free available. And I would thank also cordially to these 5 programs. The next slide, please. Next. And actually, in the last 2 slides, which I cannot see, a list of our recent publications, which are maybe interesting for you. And I have to declare that we are open for collaboration from experts in, yes, thank you. We are open for collaboration with experts from other branches and science, geophysical science. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. We are a little bit late with the time, so I will go to the next presentation. Heidi Eichhorn will present the report with the title "A Life for the Surgeons: Measures needed for the preservation of the Danube's living fossils." Please.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I see. Can you press the F5 button to see the on whole screen?
Yes, do you see it now on whole screen?
Yes, but I see the main. Okay now.
Okay. So welcome to my presentation. My name is Heidi Eichhorn. I'm currently a student at the University of Natural Resources and Life Science in Vienna, and I work for the Life Stellar project from Thomas Friedrich, and also do my master thesis here. And I have the pleasure today to present you the presentation on A Life for Sturgeons and Measures Needed for the Preservation of Danube's Living Fossils. I first want to give you a short introduction about the situation of the sturgeons in the Danube River system. Then I'm going to talk about the Measures project, focusing on the eDNA sampling. Then I will further talk about the Life Stellar project focusing on hatchery, monitoring, and public relations, and finish with a short outlook. So as most of you are hopefully aware, the situation of our sturgeons in the Danube River basin is quite critical. Of the 6 sturgeons, already 1 is locally extinct, namely the European sturgeon. The ship sturgeon is functionally extinct, and the other sturgeons, except for the sterlet, are classified as critically endangered. This is due to a combination of several threats. For example, the habitat degradation or habitat loss due to channelization, and also the building of hydropower plants, especially the building of the Iron Gates 1 and 2 and the hydropower plant Gabčíkovo in Slovakia had a severe impact on the migration routes of the species. So the migration routes are blocked, and also they led to a loss or habitat degradation. As you can see in the picture on the upper picture on the right side, it shows the present and historic distribution of the anadromous sturgeon species in the Danube River basin. And as you can see, the former distribution was up to Germany, but now the anadromous sturgeons are limited or restricted to the lower Danube and cannot travel further than up to the Iron Gates. Another threat would be overfishing. So the sturgeons are since centuries overfished due to their meat and caviar, and of course illegal fishing has also been mentioned in this context. Other threats would also include pollution of water and sediments and hybridization. In my presentation, I want to focus on the sterlet, and therefore I'm going to give you a bit more information on this species. So the sterlet Acipensa rutinus is the smallest sturgeon species in the Danube River basin. It's a potamodromous species, and in the upper Danube, it historically occurred up to Regensburg in Germany, but now only 1 self-sustaining population is left between the hydropower plant Jochenstein and Aschach in Austria. In the middle and in the lower Danube, there are still larger populations left, but especially in the middle Danube, the building of the hydropower plant Gabčíkovo has led to a loss of important habitats, especially spawning habitat. The sterlet is classified at the IUCN Red List as vulnerable. Therefore, it is also in need of conservation actions, and I want to focus here on the Measures and Life Sterlet project. Measures is an abbreviation for Managing and Restoring Aquatic Ecological Corridors for Migratory Fish Species in the Danube River Basin, and it started in 2018 and ended in May 2021. The aims were to identify key habitats and to develop a harmonized strategy for restoring ecological corridors. Also the restocking of 2 native species, namely the sterlet and the Russian sturgeon, and the implementation of the MIS, the Measures Information System. So what has been done? The MIS was implemented and also linked with other information platforms. A corridor mapping has been done with a combination of the usage of historic data, maps, on-site measurements, publications, etc. Also, eDNA sampling has been done. I'm going to tell you a bit more about that later on. And the Russian sturgeon and the stellate have been restocked, and also broodstock or ex situ gene stocks have been created. Further, the strategy for the Danube ecological corridor was developed. So now I'm going to tell you a bit more about the eDNA sampling of the stellate. The eDNA sampling took place on 29 sites in the Danube River, and also at 18 sites in the tributaries. And as you can see, the empty circles and empty triangles indicate where the DNA of the stellate was not able to be detected. And the filled circles and triangles are the spots where there was a positive DNA sample. The only tributary where the stellate was found was the Tisa. And as you can see, most of the DNA sampling sites where the stellate was found are in the middle Danube. In total, 36.2% of the sites had the DNA of the stellate, and about half of the sites also electrofishing was conducted, but there was no catch at all, which shows us that for especially benthic living fish species, the eDNA sampling is a better method than the electrofishing, as the electrofishing is quite limited in its reach, and the electric field cannot reach the bottom of bigger rivers, and therefore also cannot reach those benthic living species. As I said before, the last self-sustaining stellate population can be found at Upper Austria at the border to Germany, which would be, if you can see my cursor, would be here. And you can see that there is no, that they were not able to detect any DNA, which is due to the fact that during the sampling that was a high flood event, and therefore they were not able to detect the DNA, and also shows us that eDNA sampling also has its limits. Here's another representation of the same data set, but here you can see the hotspots where most of the stellate DNA was detected, and one hotspot is here at the Danube Delta. The next one is at the Iron Gates. Then we have one at Hydropower Plant Gabčíkovo, and the last one is a very small one in Austria at Hydropower Plant Freudenau at Vienna. Now I want to present you the Live Stellate project, which started in 2016 and will end with the year 2021. The aims are the re-establishment of the stellate populations in the Upper Danube and creating a living genetic database of wild and stocked fish. Further, the development of a management plan for the stellate in the Upper Danube is planned. So the project areas in Austria are the Wachau and the National Park Donauauen, which are the last free-flowing sections of the Austrian Danube. And additionally, the Morava River, which is a tributary of the Danube. So what has been done? First of all, I want to start with the hatchery because it's the most important part of the Live Stellate project. So we have a hatchery based on the Danube Island in Vienna, where the stellates are reared under semi-natural conditions. That means we use Danube water. The fish are reared in Danube water, which is important for the development of their homing behavior and later on for their spawning migrations. And further, we use a combination of natural food and pellets. So the natural food is also important to prepare them for the food which they will find out in the Danube. So it's basically frozen insect larvae, which they would also find in the Danube. When do we release the fish? We release our stellates at different sizes. That's because we want to level out some effects. Basically, it's adaptation versus predation. As you can imagine, the longer the fish stays in the hatchery, it is adapted to the conditions in the hatchery. So if we release it, it quite has struggles with adapting to a new environment. But of course, the bigger the fish, the lower the risk of predation. The other way around, if we release a smaller fish, it can easily or more easily adapt to a new environment. But of course, the risk of predation is increased. Where do we get our fish from? So all our fish babies have Danube descendant parent fish. Some of the eggs come from Hungary, but we also catch some wild parrotfish from below the hydropower plant Freudenau. And up to today, we have already released 230,000 fish. The next part of the Sterlet project is the monitoring, and the first part of the monitoring is the net fishing, which is also conducted below the hydropower plant Freudenau in Vienna. And it started in 2018 and will also end with the project, and is conducted about 10 times per year. We use so-called trammel nets, which are deployed below the power plant, as you can see in the picture, in the red areas, which indicate where we deploy those nets. So some of them directly below the power plant, and some further downstream. And we had 73 captures of sterlets with 45 individuals and 28 recaptures. And we're also doing some pit tagging for market recapture. And why is this important that we do that? It gives us information about the sterlet population there, about the population structure of the wild sterlet which live there, and also about the fish we are stocking there and who are able to adapt and live there below the hydropower plant. And this year we reached one milestone. We were able to catch 3 stocked fish, which were released in 2017. And one of these fish, a male one, we were able to use for this year's reproduction. So the second part of the monitoring is the acoustic telemetry, which gives us an insight about the migration behaviors and also helps to identify habitats. So the study areas between the hydropower plant Freudenau and the hydropower plant Gabčíkovo, which gives us a river stretch about 85 river kilometers and also includes the National Park Donauauen. So along this stretch, about 14 hydrophones were deployed, 12 hydrophones in the Austrian Danube and 2 in the impoundment of Gabčíkovo in relatively regular distances. And we had 38 fish, which had this acoustic tag inserted. Most of the fish were stocked fish, but we also had a couple of wild fish, and we were able to detect 34 of these fish at least once. And the data of the study is still being analyzed, but we can already say that we have found 5 different migration patterns. And you can see in the picture on the right hand side, one of these migration patterns of one individual, which was released at Freudenau. So the red line indicates the migration movements. And as you can see, it stayed a bit upstream at Freudenau, then it traveled downstream a bit, upstream again, and then downstream and stayed a few days in the impoundment of Gabčíkovo. A second part of the acoustic telemetry is the 2D telemetry, which is also conducted under the hydropower plant Freudenau. We also have here hydrophones, but the hydrophones are deployed in the water in a specific way. So it enables us to locate the sterlets specifically. So we have 2D data of the sterlet, and as you can see in the picture, it shows the movement of one sterlet. These dots can also be animated by a program and shows us then the movement over the weeks where these hydrophones were in the water. We are doing this to give us a higher resolution of the behavior of the individual fish. For example, it shows us diurnal migration and also small-scale habitat use. So the last part of the Live Sterlet project are the public relations. We have 150 printed articles published, and of course the project has a high educational value. We gave guided tours in the hatchery for about 40 school classes, also student groups, and during the summer months the hatchery was also open to the public to raise, of course, public awareness. We had 30 television and radio contributions, being the latest one being our Live Sterlet film, which can be watched on YouTube. We were part or hosted 30 events, and we're also part of the International Symposium on Sturgeons in September 2017. Further, we also have 6 master theses about this topic, 2 bachelor theses, 1 PhD, and also 13 internships from several countries. Now I want to finish with a short outlook. The next step for the Stellet project is, of course, the management plan for the Stellet in the Upper Danube. In general, a coherent sturgeon monitoring along the Danube is necessary for the identification of habitats, population structures, and estimation of population sizes, as there is still a big lack of information. The next step will be the re-establishment of migration corridors and the implementation of the Pan-European Action Plan on Sturgeons, which has the aim to restore all existing sturgeon population to least concern or favorable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a nice report and very interesting results about the living fossils. But now we'll go to the next report. It will be presented by Associate Professor Trichkova. The topic is invasive alien species in the Danube region, networking and strategy development. Please.
Thank you, Professor Ivanov. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Just put in the full screen. Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. I am Teodora Trichkova from the Institute of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Research. I also represent the IAD and DAS networks. First, I will start with say a few words for introduction about invasive alien species and the instruments that tackle them. I will talk about EAS networking, about EAS strategy development, and I will present some EAS case studies and pilot activities in the Danube region. I would like to highlight some facts. You all know them, but they're important. Recent scientific reports show that biodiversity and nature globally are in a state of crisis, and there is urgent need for radical changes in the management of natural resources. Invasive alien species and climate change have been recognized as major and fast-growing direct drivers of the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services in Europe and worldwide. And climate change can accelerate the introduction and spread of invasive alien species. There are about 14,000 alien species present in Europe, of which around 10% are invasive. EAS have multiple environmental and socio-economic effects, and their management is increasingly costly, probably reaching about 20 billion euro per year in the European Union. The Danube River is known as part of the South European Aquatic Invasion Corridor, and as such, it's considered a major pathway of spread of invasive alien species in Europe. And we all know that the aquatic ecosystem are one of the most vulnerable to the impact of EAS, and there is urgent necessity for their special protection and management. In response to the growing concern about the issue of EAS and climate change, significant European and regional instruments have been developed. At the first place, this is the EU regulation on the prevention and management of the introduction and spread of invasive alien species, which is in force since 2015. A list under this regulation, a list of invasive alien species of EU concern has been adopted and regularly updated. Currently, this list contains 66 species that cause damage on a scale that justifies dedicated measures across the EU. The EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030 calls for urgent actions addressing the EAS and implementation of the EAS regulation in order to minimize and, where possible, eliminate the introduction and establishment of alien species in the EU environment. The strategy also states that without effective control measures, the rate of invasion and the risks it brings to our nature and health will continue to rise. Key commitment by 2030 of the EU Nature Restoration Plan is to manage established invasive alien species and decrease the number of red listed species they threaten by 50%. At regional level, one of the targets and actions to protect the environment in the Danube region proposed by the EU strategy for the Danube region, or the Danube strategy, is to combat invasive alien species. The Danube strategy has developed and included new targets and actions in the revised action plan, as Mr. Balnos talked in the morning. And action 4 of priority area 6 is to promote research to develop and apply the most appropriate methods for prevention and control of EAS and for management of the priority pathways in line with the DAC strategy and EAS regulation. So these facts and initiatives have demonstrated the strong necessity of cooperation and coordinated actions related to EAS at regional level. They are needed for effective transboundary cooperation and information sharing, and also for effective transboundary EAS prevention and management actions. And currently in the Danube region, there are 3 active networks on invasive alien species. These are the East and South European Network for Invasive Alien Species, ESENIAS, the Danube Region Invasive Alien Species Network, DIAS, and the International Association of Danube Research Expert Group Invasive Alien Species, which was created in 2017. The ESENIAS network was established in 2010, 2011 at 2 meetings in Zagreb and in Sofia. And currently there are 16 member countries of this network, including all Balkan countries, most of the Black Sea countries, and Italy. This network covers only the lower Danube and part of the middle Danube region. Therefore, the Danube region invasive alien species network was established in 2014. It was initiated by the Institute of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Research, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, by the Danube Research Institute, Hungarian Academy of Sciences, IAD and ESENIAS networks, and it was supported by the Bavarian State Ministry of Environment and Consumer Protection within the frame of Priority Area 6 of the Danube strategy. What is the mission of DIAS? DIAS promotes an improved coordination among all actors in the thematic field of EAS within the Danube region. Politically independent, it brings together scientists, authorities, and stakeholders, and supports sharing of knowledge, formulate a strategy and work plan to efficiently tackle the issue of EAS in the Danube region, considers and cooperates with existing European and global EAS networks and organizations, develops individual but coordinated projects in the single regions, and promotes the transfer of knowledge, know-how and expertise to actors on all administrative levels. The regional structure is based on informal, decentral and interdisciplinary cooperation in the upper, middle and lower Danube region with the adjacent Black Sea region. Currently there are 15 countries a member of the EAS network, the Danube countries, and also some Black Sea countries. Until now we had several meetings of DIAS, and the virtual meeting is planned for next year. As Mr. Balnos said in his presentation, DIAS is a task force of Priority Area 6 of the Danube strategy and reports regularly about its activities at the steering group meetings. The main focus of DIAS is the Danube region invasive alien species strategy, its development, the strategy to prevent and manage risks from EAS in the Danube region, The strategy promotes coordinated actions and joint efforts of authorities, scientists, and stakeholders at the national and multinational level in order to prevent and control the introduction and spread of EAS and reduce their impact on biodiversity, ecosystem services, human health, and economy in the Danube region. The strategic aims should be achieved until 2030. The scope of the EAS, the scope of cooperation is set on different levels to match the complexity of the topic, diversity of taxonomic and ecological groups, and heterogeneity of the region. The strategy covers the Danube region and the adjacent region of the Black Sea, focusing on the main channel, the adjacent standing water bodies, the Danube Delta, and selected pilot river basins. It covers aquatic and terrestrial environments, alien and translocated species, and all taxonomic groups, plants, fungi, animals, and microorganisms. The DIA strategy provides the goals and objectives, possible measures and recommendations, and defines relevant actors on 7 key topics. These are the EAS species and interactions, impact in the Danube River Basin, pathways of introduction and spread in the Danube River Basin, information system and knowledge dissemination, risk assessment and prioritization, early detection and rapid eradication, management of established EAS and restoration, and awareness raising, communication, and policy. Then I will show you some case studies. The first one is on EAS monitoring. I will present very briefly the Joint Danube Survey 4 results. As you already heard, the Joint Danube surveys started in 1960, and the first surveys were organized by IIT. After 2008, ICPTR organized the Joint Danube Survey every 6 years in the implementation of the EU Water Framework Directive. A specific EAS program was designed during Joint Danube Survey 4 in 2019. It was implemented at river basin level and also at national levels, which was optional, and Bulgaria, Serbia, and Hungary implemented it. All reports are already published by national reports, but also the ICPTR reports. 51 Joint Danube Survey 4 sites were sampled in the entire Danube River. Standard methods and for the first time environmental DNA-based tools were used. As a result, 58 EAS were recorded, of them 6 aquatic plants, 35 macroinvertebrates, and 17 fish species. The environmental DNA-based detection revealed the presence of 5 macroinvertebrate species, which were not recorded by other methods. As in previous surveys, the results showed that the Danube River and the main tributaries are under considerable influence of biological invasions. An increase in the number of identified alien taxa over 3 times is reported since 2007. This was especially valid for macroinvertebrate species. And the number of alien species, as well as the level of biocontamination, was higher in the middle and upper Danube compared to the lower Danube. In Bulgaria, we sampled additional sites, a total of 82 sites. We sampled not only in the Danube River, but also in tributaries and adjacent canals and lakes, and in some reservoirs. We analyzed, and as a result, we found 14 invasive alien species, 7 invertebrates, and 7 fish species. Based on the analysis of data of mollusks, crayfish, and fish, the integrated biocontamination by type of water bodies was assessed as moderate in the shoreline zone of the Danube River, from moderate to high in the canals and lakes, and as severe in the Danube tributaries and in the reservoirs. Very important activities of the EAS network and other networks. These are activities related to EAS citizen science in the Danube region. We performed a pilot study on invasive alien species in the Danube region with a smartphone application. Its aim was to test and validate in the lower Danube River basin the use of the smartphone application invasive alien species in Europe, developed by the European Commission's Joint Research Center. The study was performed at 3 stages. The first stage included testing the effectiveness of the app in Bulgaria, Romania, and Serbia by organizing information and field testing campaigns. It was performed in 2016-2017 during the Danube EAS app project. 52 sites were visited, different sampling techniques were applied and demonstrated in the field. Interview with local stakeholders were made, and we also made a demonstration in zoos, botanical gardens, parks. 11 information and field testing campaigns were performed. 240 participants were involved in this study. As a result, 9 species of EU concern were recorded, of them 5 in natural conditions. And a total of 37 sightings were recorded with the smartphone application, 19 of them in natural conditions. During the second stage included improving and extending the functionality of the app at the regional level based on the received feedback and results of the first study. The EAS app was updated for the Danube River basin by extending the language options. The software and fact sheets were translated into Bulgarian, Romanian, and Serbian languages, and also by extending the species list by including EAS of concern to the Danube River basin. 64 aquatic species were included, 43 invertebrates, and 21 fish species. Of these species, 25 are alien to Europe, 9 are native, but outside the Ponto-Caspian region, and 30 species are Ponto-Caspian. And the third stage, after the update of the app, the first stage included testing the updated app for EAS monitoring during Joint Danube Survey 4. 2 information campaigns were held in Serbia and Bulgaria. 73 records of 14 EAS were made. And 5 invasive alien species of EU concern and 9 of Danube River basin concern were recorded with the application. You see these records on the map. And this study, the results of this study were recently published in Water Journal. We continue our work with citizen science under the COST action, increasing understanding of alien species through citizen science, and under 2 projects co-funded by the National Science Fund, one implemented by University of Forestry and one by the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Another very important activities, these are activities related to stakeholder engagement. A project funded by the European Commission, identification, assessment, sharing, and dissemination of best practices for humane management of invasive alien species is implemented now. The project leader is IUCN in consortium with 6 partners. Its aim is to provide support for the management of vertebrate invasive alien species through legal or non-legal measures, assessing their welfare implications and effectiveness. Workshops with stakeholders in different regions in Europe were held this year to discuss the management measures. The deliverables of this project is a manual for the management of the vertebrate EAS EU concern, This in the manual 22 vertebrate species of euconcern. I included 32 feasible management measures for eradicating, controlling, and containing their populations were identified and assessed in terms of their cost effectiveness, their humaneness, and other possible positive or negative side effects. Another deliverables, this is a collection of good practices on humane management of vertebrate years. Some of them will be presented at the conference next year. We were responsible for the organization of the Black Sea, Stepic, and Continental East Regional Workshop in Bulgaria and Romania. It was held in March this year. Before the workshop, a review of the legislation related to EASA in both countries was made, and assessment of the management measures proposed in terms of the application in Bulgaria and Romania. And during the workshop, a revision of the draft manual according to the regional findings and legal restrictions was made with the help of the stakeholders that belong to different groups, national authorities, academia, zoos, and aquaria, hunters and anglers associations, and animal welfare organizations. And very important activity, these are awareness raising and capacity building activities. The results of the project, the and the SENIAS projects were published in many publications, books of abstracts, proceedings of conferences. We also organized training courses. This is an example of training course on impact of invasive alien species on biodiversity and ecosystem services in extreme environments. And we organized annual conferences. We started these conferences with the establishment of SENIAS network. And since 2017, they are organized jointly by SENIAS and DIAS. First in Sofia, in 2018, Bucharest, Romania, 2019 in Ohrid, Republic of North Macedonia. And this year in December is organized the joint SENIAS and DIAS conference and the anniversary 10th SENIAS workshop under the title 10 Years of Cooperation and Networking on Invasive Alien Species in East and South Europe. And you are all invited to participate in this conference. It will be in a virtual format and without any registration fees. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trichko, for this interesting report and activity of your working groups. So, dear colleagues, the last report was cancelled by the authors because of other duties. So we will go directly to the round table, and I invite
if I'm not mistaken, there should be another presentation.
Which one?
From Professor Bratanova from...
It will be included in the round table.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we will continue now with the round table, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Ivanov.
Yes.
First, I would like to thank the previous speakers in this session, Dr. Hristo Chervenko from the National Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, and Dr. Heidi Eichhorn from the Bock University for their very interesting presentation. And during the roundtable, you can ask questions to the speakers, but also I wanted to share a slide with some topics I would like to propose for discussion I just try to share. Is it okay?
Yes, yes, okay.
Yes, okay. The topics are as follows: the first topic, aquatic biodiversity, species and habitats alterations in the context of climate change in the Danube River Basin. This includes species habitats modifications, range of distribution, community structure, occurrence of new species, etc., with increasing water temperature, modified discharge, precipitation patterns, increased frequency of extreme events in different types of aquatic habitats. Katrin Teubner already presented very good overview of responsive aquatic communities and ecosystem functions and services to climate change, but maybe other colleagues also would like to share their experience. The second topic is expected impacts of climate change on aquatic community and their habitats in the future. You have heard already from previous speakers about impact and different models predicting changes in precipitation patterns, in temperature, in Danube water discharge, extreme events as floods, how they are expected to influence the aquatic habitats and species. Here I would like to mention the last presentation, which was cancelled, but it's very interesting, on the pelagic ecosystem response to climate projections in the northwestern Black Sea, which it was proposed by the colleagues of the Institute of Oceanology, and it addresses the phytozooplankton community response to climate projections in the northwestern Black Sea. Climate change projections in the area includes scenarios resulting in relatively large temperature increase, a decrease of precipitation, and an increase in frequency and intensity of severe droughts. Climate change can influence salinity, oxygen concentration, nutrients, and pH in the marine ecosystems, and consequently the marine pelagic systems may be strongly affected by the impact of climate change, including decreased productivity and a shift from autotrophic to heterotrophic dominance. This was very interesting, that's why I wanted to summarize it. And the third topic, climate adaptation measures required for aquatic biodiversity conservation, especially from biological and ecological perspectives. And finally, networking on invasive alien species and climate change in the Danube River Basin and adjacent regions. I already mentioned the EASA network and talk about the DAC network, but there are also other networks related to climate change, as the Long-Term Ecological Research Network, ELTER, Gloria, and other networks. And maybe other colleagues may want to present these networks and share their experience for the Danube River Basin or for other regions. So now I open the floor, maybe first for questions to the speakers in the session, and after that for your comments. Please. Okay, I would like to ask questions to Heidi Eicher and calling.
Professor Ganev would like to take the floor.
Okay, because I don't see, I'm sorry. I don't see who it is.
Okay. No, actually, I wanted to ask a more general question. I want to ask all the biological, ecological community here, Are there any quantitative ways to evaluate the climate and climate change impact on biodiversity, let's say, or on the well-being of different species? I have many times asked colleagues, but it doesn't seem that there are any. Something of the type of climate indices. Are there such indices which can be applied to biodiversity? I mean, quantitative measures or metrics.
I will ask who want to speak directly, because I'm not sure I see all the people. And I maybe I can say a few words. We have in the indices that measure the quality of water based on the biological quality indices. These are methods used under the Water Framework Directive, and also this index for biocontamination that I presented about invasive alien species, which is based on the number of invasive alien species and on their abundance. So these are maybe indirectly show some quantitative characteristics of the biological community in response to different factors of the environment, like temperature, water quality, pollution, invasion of introduction of invasive species, and etc.
But this way, you can just measure the present situation.
Yes, the response. Yeah, the response.
How can you, let's say, if you have some forecasts of the future climate, you can not say what will happen to some species or to the ecosystems as a whole. Can you?
We can based on different models. And for example, knowing the physiology and biological characteristic and requirements of biological organisms, and applying different climatic models, it is possible. I'm not specialist, but I know colleagues working on this.
Why I'm asking, because it will be very useful if we can link our let's say future climate estimations with these models and obtain some evaluation with what will happen with the ecosystems in future climates.
Can I add something? Can I add something?
Yeah, please, Katrin.
So in case of Weather Framework Directive, for example, they developed, or we developed, or whatever, actually each country developed something, a matrix. And this matrix refers to a reference status. So first you might know what the reference status of your river, of your stretch is, and which species there are. And afterwards you measure with this 5-step matrix how far your recent assemblage is away from the original assemblage. If it's 1 step away, or 2 steps away, or 3 steps away. And actually it means that if something is 3 steps away, we have 5 steps, something might be done yeah, to restore a lake, for example, yeah, but it might be not that different in the stream. And all in all, it's not an easy task, because we know that with this biodiversity, it's not to track single species, but to look at an assemblage. And sometimes some species just substituted. So it's an interesting question, because what you want is to get some numbers, and yeah. So we are using the historical data, what we know also from physiology and so forth, and want to know how species, community situation, how it is changed and how far it is away from the original community, assemblage, whatever, how do you call this, from the reference status.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Katrin.
Associate Professor Червенков would like to take the floor.
Yeah, please.
Колеги, не мога да ви почерпа всичките ви. Доцент съм, не съм професор. Така, thank you. Thank you, dear chairman. Actually, my question is some kind of continuation of the question of Professor Ganev, hence we work together. It's pointed actually to the Bulgarian community of experts here of this meeting. Do you need some kind of meteorological data? Concrete question. From the past, for the present, or for the projected future climate?
Yes, for the models, for sure, we need. Yeah.
And then, hence, we are meteorologists. You, if you have an interest, you can contact us, and we can share our data, our results, our outputs in order to be useful for your task.
Thank you very much. Will be very useful. Especially we hydrobiologists, we need data about the temperature of water and discharge, and they're very important. And I saw that you have long-term studies, so it's valuable data. Thank you. Other colleagues want to share or comment or ask questions?
I just uploaded a relatively recent paper on the vanishing river ice cover, published I think 3 years ago, indicating that during the last century, the frequency of basically in the past, the Danube would freeze every winter, and now it hardly happens. So it's based on, I think, Paddy Caldwell series of data of more than almost 100 years. I've just uploaded the PDF on the chat, so you can download it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Cogolniciano. And any other questions? I would like to ask a question to Heidi about sturgeons. Which measure do you think is most important for recovery of sturgeon population in the Danube River? Ban on fishing, ex situ conservation, or and restocking, or the habitat and ecosystem restoration?
That's quite a difficult question.
Yeah, I know.
It depends on the sturgeon species, definitely. For example, in the middle and upper Danube, it makes no sense to restock the anadromous big sturgeon species because there's no habitat for them here.
Yeah.
Therefore, in this case, first of all, the habitat and the corridor reconstruction would be most important. For the ship sturgeon, for example, it's a complete different story and a more complicated story, as this species is, as I said in my presentation, functionally extinct. So there might be some individuals left, but we are also not quite sure where they are. And there is no ex situ broodstock available. So for this species, it's quite hard to even make restock attempts because there is no Danubian gene stock available. And of course, for the Strelet, it's the easiest sturgeon in the Danube River Basin because it's still the most abundant one. And here we can focus on the restocking because there is still habitat left for this species in the Upper Danube and Middle Danube. But of course, for all sturgeon species, habitat restoration and longitudinal connection of the river would be important.
Yeah, thank you very much. And do you think the conservation status of Strelet, which is now vulnerable by IUCN, need to be reassessed and changed to higher?
I think it's too soon to say that.
Okay.
I mean, I can only speak for the Life Strelet project because that's what I'm working on and that's what I know best.
Yeah.
And we did it now for 5 years, and now we had our first results. After 5 years, we were able to catch only three of the 230,000 species individuals we released. We were able to recapture 3 of them. So it's just the beginning. We would need another 5 or even 10 years to see better results, and then we could reassess the status of the Strelet and may say, okay, it can it is not vulnerable anymore and can change to least concern, but that's so far in the future and hard to predict.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And maybe last question. Have you conducted or do you know about any study addressing the effect of climate change on sturgeon population? For example, the models
Not really. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. And I see now Marilyn Al-Sharif want to ask question. Is it true?
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
So in the last 2 years, we've been placed in the conditions of a new challenge with the pandemic situation. Given the contribution of mosquitoes to the spread of viruses in different animal chains and the abundance of such in the Danube region, my question is a project being considered to reduce the use of synthetic insecticides that kill other species by introducing huge areas of the following plant species, which are a source of natural insect repellent metabolites like tagetes, pelargonium, geranium, oxymum? That's my question. Thank you.
I'm not sure I can answer, but if some colleagues can answer, for example, colleagues working on invasive plants, Vladimir, maybe it's not. Vladimir is here or not? Okay, I only know that there is a smartphone application that helps to identify and monitor the mosquito species. It is only designed for mosquito species and is used in Bulgaria and in Europe. Okay, any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
I have one question to Miss Heidi Eichhorn. Is there a simple question? And that's why I ask for also for simple answer. Is there at least single one's rigor evidence that the climate change has something to do with this fish population at all?
As I said before, I'm not sure. I don't know any paper focusing on climate change, but I have to admit I haven't researched myself this topic. But of course, what we can say in general for all fish populations, the increasing temperatures of the rivers have an influence on migration behavior of the fish. This is also in the case for the sterlet or for other sturgeon species, as their migration is often triggered by temperature changes. And if these temperature changes occur earlier in the year, of course, spawning migrations can also occur earlier. But I'm not sure if this is already happening or if anyone has observed it, or if there are papers on it. But I can imagine that it will have an impact in the future if these changes are getting more severe.
It's mean nowadays the simple answer is no.
It's not always that simple.
maybe indirect impact for sure.
Yeah.
Even as climate change can accelerate the introduction of invasive species, etc., which can compete the sturgeons for their habitats for food. This indirectly they can.
I want to add as well. So it's known that this is a question of match and mismatch. Yeah. For example, also for migrating birds. Yeah, when they are coming back earlier in the year, too early, but the insects are not here in Europe, they will not find the food. And it takes years that we learn, for example, to wait a bit longer when coming and so forth, and vice versa. So for many years, these organisms have learned to match a certain pattern, a certain temporal pattern. It's the perfect match that you come back when the food is developed. And with this warming, as I have shown, this that we have, for example, with the Clearwater phase, within 20 years, we have an about 10-day earlier Clearwater phase, statistically significant for the river, yeah, for this Oxbow Lake, so the former river stretch of Danube. So the thing is, if organisms all shift as well, it's okay. But if some species just come in spring, they don't know when the Clearwater phase is. And if they do as usually, then they do not match with the former pattern. So it's only, as Heidrun said, it's not studied. Yeah, but there will be an impact, of course.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
Possibly not studied yet. So I'm not familiar with the literature there as well. And as Heidrun said, but of course, it's often discussed and exemplified for some species. Yeah.
We have also, you must also say that it's sometimes hard to assess the effect of climate change on some sturgeon species, as they are so rare that it is hard to even tell if there's an effect when you are not able to observe the species. So that's also limiting, of course, this kind of study. But as I said before, there might be some papers on that, but I've never researched in this topic with climate change myself, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. And any other questions?
I'd just like to add something. You know, it's a lot of discussion. Since I've started working in the Danube floodplain about restoring the previous floodplains of the river, and a lot of damage was done in Romania after the 50s. Large areas, large tracts of floodplains have been dammed, drained, and transformed in agricultural land. And the problem is that they also change the climate. It's an effect of aridization. So all the surrounding areas are more arid. The whatever wetlands are left are being more affected by aridity. So when we talk of climate change, it's more, I mean, from my point of view, it's more a hydrological change. It's a hydrological cycle that's more affected. So again, we go, I mean, an excellent buffer capacity is to restore the floodplains. And now with 2030 biodiversity strategy focused on restoration, I think it's a great opportunity to start doing it. I mean, not just talk about it.
Yeah. Thank you. And Professor Ivanov?
Yes, I have one question which is addressed to climate modeling. My question is about the methodology, and do you take into account when you calculate the models, for example, the vegetation, the water bodies, because they have, for example, the different type of vegetation has a different albedo. Water bodies could accumulate a lot of water. Evaporation could also change the climate condition. Or maybe maybe I didn't understand exactly from the presentation.
Maybe this question is to me, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Simple question, but there is no short answer. Most generally, the modern global circulation models tries to account all possible feedbacks between the atmosphere, hydrosphere, and the other geophysical spheres, including the pedosphere and the plant coverage over the globe surface. But these interactions are enormous, complex. And actually, at least now, this interaction is described mathematically only very, how to say, into not the whole complexity is described, but the progress in the atmospheric science is very impressive. It has to be mentioned that 2 from the 3 Nobel Prize winners for this year are meteorologists. And they have a very, very significant paramount share to the development of the global circulation models, geophysical models. And the short question is yes, but not in the whole complexity. The vegetation cover is encountered, but only schematic.
Yes, I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
Maybe if you allow me,
yes.
I would like to say a little more after. Actually, the models, I mean the climate models, they do account for the underlying source of vegetation, whatever it is. But I don't, the models are still not linking, because the climate depends on the vegetation. The vegetation depends on climate. But let's say there are not, or to my knowledge, there is not such a model that generally links all atmosphere, hydrosphere, biosphere, etc. The global circulation models now are ocean atmosphere circulation. The impact of the vegetation is accounted for, but to my knowledge, not, well, we somehow prescribe a kind of vegetation, but do not account for its changes with the climate change in the future, like this. We simply do not know how to do this. If you don't know how the ecosystems react to climate, of course, it cannot be included in the models.
Okay, thank you very much for this comment. Are there any other questions to the speakers? Yeah, if not, maybe we can go to my favorite topic, the networking and the opportunities they present. And I would like to ask Dr. Bratanova to present us the possibilities of the LTER networks and their work connected with the long-term monitoring in the Danube basin and also in other regions of Bulgaria.
Thank you very much, Theodora. Please share my presentation, because my internet here is not very good. I'm not sure that the stream will be good. So please share my presentation.
Gabi, will you share, or I should?
I am unable to share anything.
Okay, okay, I will. Yeah, okay, I will try.
At first, I would like to thank to organizers to invite me, because for me it's very important to share our knowledge with another network. And now I would like to present this network that I think it's very, very interesting, very important, and maybe just this network can answer the question of Professor Ivanov and Professor Ganev for the ecosystems and their effects, the effects of climate change on ecosystems. So please, yes. So the long-term ecosystem research network is really network that combine the long-term ecosystem research as a key component of the global effort to better understand ecosystems and the mechanism by which they provide ecosystem services for the human being. And not only because we would like to see how the climate change, and not only climate change, but also land use changes and another global changes affect on the functioning of ecosystems. The next slide, please. So LTR Europe is the umbrella network for the long-term ecosystem research in Europe, and its members are national network of LTR sites. LTR contribute to the knowledge base informing policy and to the development of management option in response to the grand challenges under global change. This network is launched 2003, and after that, with the development of the network and the knowledge, we decide also to involve the concept of long-term socio-ecological research, like platforms, LTSCR platforms in Europe that comprises not only sites, but also the long-term interdisciplinary research in this network, included socio-ecological. The next slide, please. So Europe, a network of national networks, it's some big project. In the base is the network of formal national networks. It's almost all European countries here, without 2 or 3, more than 400 sites and 35 LTSCR platforms. Also, Israel is included in this network. The next, please. So you can see here the map of Europe and the network, LTR network. It's really very large and very different country and different regions of Europe, but also the critical zone observatories. It's included here, and we see the map. The next, please. So the important here is that now in pan-European level, we develop the European environmental research infrastructure, and we develop our research infrastructure, but for us it's very important the relation between the other research infrastructure like ICOS, LifeWatch, etc., and to develop our networks on the base of whole system approach for in situ and long-term environmental system research, combined with human environmental interaction at a given scale. The next, please. So here you can see the different partners and our institute, IBER-BAS, Institute of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Research, like a base organization of LTR Bulgaria. It's a part of this network. The next, please. So the next, because it's complex, yes. Also, another, yes. So our scientific approach here, the whole system approach in the LTR network, is just on the base of ecosystem integrity. What is this? It's the structure of ecosystems. So here we have abiotic heterogeneity. not only meteorological data, but also hydrological, but also landscape diversity, also soil diversity, etc. After that, biodiversity, and here we investigate also the functional diversity. After that, the functioning of ecosystems, so it's energy budget, matter budget, and water budget. And we have standard observation that are obligatory in the different sites in Europe, and not only like structure, but also like process and functioning. And here you can see that we really need the knowledge and the data and the models of many experts like Docent Chervenkov. With your data and your models, it will be very, very important for our investigation in this network, also from many others colleagues from different institutes of Bulgarian Academy of Science. The next, please. So Bulgarian National Network for a Long-Term Ecosystem Research was founded 2007, and since 2009 it has been a formal member of Global Network, ILTER, that includes not only Europe, but also USA, South America, Africa, Asia, with different national and regional network, and also Australia. And we are part of European Network for Long-Term Ecosystem Research, ELTER. The next, please. The next, please. So our network, we have 7 sites that are different types of ecosystems. We have Srebrna. You can see that it's just the Danube region, Srebrna Reserve. We have Black Sea with 2 different stations. We have Sozopol-like coastal zone. We have Petruhan, Parangalica, and Belasica like forest sites, different forest sites. And we have Mesta River, like river ecosystems. So for us, it's very interesting to collaborate with you, with your network that are in the Danube River, with our site Srebrna. Belasica, we prepare now like LTSCR platform, so socio-ecological system also included here. But our idea is to make Srebrna also a LTSCR platform in the future. The next, please. So now our network is included in the national roadmap for the research infrastructure in Bulgaria, with the project LTR, upgrading the distributed scientific infrastructure, Bulgarian Network of Long-Term Ecosystem Research. The project mission is to provide appropriate scientific information for interesting and predicting the ecosystem processes for the needs of the society through the long-term ecosystem research on the territory of our country. And one of the main practical tasks on these projects is to create an appropriate research infrastructure, modern and actual, that will allow upgrading the results and creation of research outcomes for specific stakeholders groups. So here we have 9 working packages, and it's really the main task, the research infrastructure, but also to improve the scientific capacity in the network, Bulgarian LTR network, also to create more close collaboration with different stakeholder groups to create a really good database with open access of part of this database, and to provide really good quality scientific information for the policymakers. The next, please. So the goals of this project is to upgrade, improve the research infrastructure, to enrich the research process and improve the quality of the research, and to undertake applied research for the society and business. The next, please. So this upgrade of our LTR Bulgarian network is funding with the financial grant provided by the Ministry of Education. And here you have the contacts of the project manager, me, and project coordinator, assistant professor Dr. Radka Fikova of our institute also. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. Just I will comment that the Black Sea stations are also very important for the Danube region. They're connected with them.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And I just want to ask one question. Do you monitor invasive alien species at all these stations?
Yes, in Srebrna and in Black Sea also, Suzopo, we make monitoring of the different species. And if you are interested, I can give you the contacts with the site coordinators to collaborate with them.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions to this presentation? Yeah, okay. Dr. Chervenkov, do you have a question? Or? If not, Marilyn Al-Sharif, please.
Do you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question beyond the context of global warming and drought. Since the active volcanic activity is a factor causing more abundant rainfall and humid climate, as we observed from the beginning of this spring until now, and as consequence an increase in the population of ticks, the risk of Lyme disease, ehrlichiosis, and borreliosis increases. So my question is whether you are ready, if necessary, for effective monitoring and counteraction in case of an unexpected increase in humidity. Do you plan to consider such a hypothesis in the framework of international networking and cooperation? Thank you.
It's very, very interesting, this question. And I can answer like that. We in our network, global and European, we all the time we are how to say ready to react immediately, and we have some experience in this way. For example, with the volcano eruption of Iceland, we make immediately monitoring in all our sites in Europe to see how this interruption is have effects. It was maybe 7 years ago, I think, like this. So the network is ready to react in the case of this how to say extreme event or calamity of different insects, etc., etc. Because we are all the time in connection with our in our network with different kind of with website, internet, names, our database, etc., etc. We are ready.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? Or,
I just wanted to thank.
Yeah.
Would you? Yeah, I would like to thank very much for the answer, because I'm from the Institute of Biophysics and Biomedical Engineering, and since I know for this discipline, medicinal geography, I'm really very interested in these topics and bridging disciplines.
Yeah.
It's a really very interesting topic, medicinal. It's very, very interesting. I would like to discuss many things with you, if it's possible, in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
We can exchange contact details by the
Yes,
chat
absolutely.
if you're willing. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Other colleagues who would like to share about their networks or their experience? Or any other comments? Yeah. Okay.
If we have time, I could add something.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we have time?
Professor Tomov, yes, please.
I also would like to thank you for all this interesting discussion. I just, for several seconds, I would like to underline the importance of this networking. And I would say that we have very good best practice in the framework of our SNES networking. And we already have some results. It means new projects, new developments, and new results. And I would say that the Danube region is not only important for water, but for example, this week I found several new arrivals insects in Bulgaria, in Russia region. What I would say that most probably the pathway is tourism, because there were many ships on the river near Russia. So we could extend our interest on as many as pathway of introduction of all kind of organisms. That I would say, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. I can add to this that the Danube River is the major pathway of introduction of aquatic invasive alien species. So it's really very important to work together to prepare an action plan, not only at the national level, which is required by the EU regulation on invasive alien species, but it's very important to prepare an action plan on regional level for the basin or for the smaller basins, bilateral or transnational. Okay, are there any other comments? Yeah, if not, maybe we can.
Yes, we can go.
Okay, if anybody wants to.
Yes, I don't see more questions. So our conference is going to the end, I think. The 11th Danube Academies Conference is at your end, yes. As we told in the beginning, the idea about this conference go back to 2010, and it was initiated by the launched European strategy for the Danube region. The European strategy for the Danube region and the revised action plan since last year address climate change impact on extreme water events, floods, droughts, forests, fires, storms, erosion. As our conference shows, the topic climate change is huge. You cannot finish it at one conference, but we can outline the main topics. And I think that we have a very fruitful conference. We have the pleasure to see the results of current research and current project activities. We exchange information about the initiatives, about the more important topics in climate change and climate control, about the strategies, networks, new technologies, conservation and restoration activities, etc. We develop also our cooperation and networking between sciences of our academies of the Danube region, as well as with the research organization, other research organization and networks. At the final of this conference, I would like to thank to the members of the organizing committee of the conference, which helped with ideas, exchange of experience, and many other things. But also, I would like to stress and to give my special thanks to Associate Professor Teodora Trichkova, Associate Professor Ina Aneva, and especially to Ms. Gabriela Chuprinska for the final organization and hard work, and especially at the end, the last few weeks when you organize and finalize the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all participants, and I hope we will meet soon at other meeting with similar subject or with other interesting topics.